Okay, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Larmer. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to call the special council meeting to order of Thursday, May 21st at 1 p.m. As you have realized in past meetings, we're doing this by electronic participation and Zoom video conferencing. The agenda is before us. Are there any disclosure of pecuniary interest actions called order? Are there any comments from members of council at this point? Councilor Burkett?
Thank you, Your Worship. I got a declaration of pecuniary interest.
So it says right here.
I'll get there in a moment, so I'll take that in 30 seconds if I may. Calling the meeting to order. Any other concerns, discussion? Councilor Beatty?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to make note to the public and council that should this meeting go to about 4 p.m., I'm going to have to excuse myself as I have a volunteer commitment with a food program that I already had before this was scheduled. So if I have to exit out, but I'll participate up until then.
Okay, thank you for sharing that piece with us. Seeing none, all those in approval? Second, thank you. Disclosure of pecuniary interest. Councilor Burkett, I'll go to you.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have one. So it's in regards to the reports from General Government Services, obviously. It's capital budget, CCC, video surveillance system, and council chamber microphones. I work for Alliance Security Systems of Northumberland, which provides these types of work, and I've called conflict of interest in the past.
Okay, thank you for noting that. I'm just making note of it myself. And and Mr. Larmer, I will check with you as we go through to ensure that you're nodding that you've noted that as well.
Great, thanks.
Just for council members, before we get into the actual proceedings, again, if you have motions, they may come forward, certainly. We'll do a seconder for those. And then I'd ask that I may ask you to repeat carefully to ensure that our clerk has the noted motion before us, so we're clear on what we're voting on. As we go through, depending on what does come to the table or the floor, we may also find that other conflicts appear. If they do through the proceedings, then I would just ask that you would declare so accordingly at that point in time. With that being said, I believe we're going directly now to General Government and Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay, Your Worship?
Yes, thumbs up.
Okay. There's only one item this afternoon, and it's a memo from the Interim Chief Administrative Officer Treasurer regarding the Town of Cobourg financial update in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Although the action recommended is that Council receive the report from the Interim Chief Administrative Officer Treasurer on the COVID-19 financial impact for the Town of Cobourg for information purposes. I have a few emotions, but I will give the floor to Mr. Davies so he can walk us through the report. I think that would be the best thing to start this meeting.
Okay, and thank you for that. And for all members of council, I'd like to thank Mr. Davey and his staff who might have been involved in presenting the information before us, in particular all the schedules. I'd like to remind council that if it's in reference to Schedule D in any manner, we'll be taking that to a closed session as identified earlier by our town clerk, Mr. Larmer, and otherwise we'll proceed. So Mr. Davey, the floor is yours.
Did you mean Schedule D, not B, Your Worship?
I believe it was.
D is the, B should be okay for open.
I believe it's Schedule D that is the confidential one.
I heard,
D as in Delta.
yeah, I heard B.
Delta.
Thank you.
Sorry. Mr. Davy?
Okay, thank you very much, Your Worship. As I've titled the report, the title of this report is basically to bring to Council an update, a financial update of the impact that COVID-19 has had on the finances for the town of Cobourg to date. You will see that obviously this is an ongoing event. We're by no means to the end, nor do we have any certainty of what when the end of this event will happen or what the final financial impacts might be. Clearly, this I can say with confidence, this is the approach that's being taken by all municipalities across the province of Ontario. I would assume, I think I'd be safe to say that most, if not all, municipalities in Ontario had their budgets passed for 2020 prior to this event really getting going toward the middle or end of March. And so the fact that the budgets are passed, really now at this point, what we're trying to do is provide the council and the public with some comfort as to what these impacts might be and our ability and flexibility to be able to work within the budget that we have been given and make it to the end of 2020 and then start to work on the 2021 budget. In terms of the content of the report, really what we have done and in cooperation and conjunction with the directors, we've gone through the budgets and sort of tried to highlight areas that where obviously where revenues will be impacted. So in terms of user fees, clearly that's the greatest impact because of our facilities that are not able to operate. So we've looked at that. In addition, there's some impact on expenditures because of certain events and programs not taking place. There's expenditures that have been possibly reduced. One of the areas that I highlighted, which because it sort of appears in almost every budget, would be the line or the schedule that I've called the conferences and conventions. I guess there's two schools of thought in terms of conferences and conventions. One would be that I think it may be more important than ever that council and senior staff continue to attend conferences and conventions this year, just because of the topics that will be discussed. On the plus side, most of those conferences and conventions, if they do take place, they'll be done virtually. And that I've made the assumption in the report that would reduce the costs based on the costs of travel and the costs of accommodation and meals. So I just used a factor of 50% and said that will be a savings that'll probably be realized. Schedule D, in terms of staffing, again, tried to go through each budget section. Any place where we had either vacant positions currently or new hires that have been designated. In some cases, the start dates for those new hires have been impacted just because the normal recruitment process has not been able to take place. And so that will, in effect, result in some savings in terms of salaries and benefits if the hiring of those positions is deferred a little bit later in the year than what was maybe intended in the budget. Another area that was looked at was we have several budget lines have fairly significant transfers to vehicle replacement reserve. The town has a vehicle replacement bylaw that deals with at what age vehicles are replaced. And so the thought process in that particular schedule was to identify those transfers to reserve and say that perhaps in this year of uncertainty, what we could do is slow down those transfers. And in effect, the factor I've used again is a 50% factor to say that we would only transfer 50% of what was originally budgeted into the reserve. The good part of that, if you will, is that as we proceed through the year, if we get closer to the end of the year, typically those transfers would happen at the end of the fiscal year. So as we get towards the end of the year, if we find that we need a little bit more, like expenses have been higher than what we anticipated, then we might revisit that and say reduce those transfers to 25%, or even in worst case reduce them to 0. So there's lots of flexibility there. The last two schedules that are included with the report, Schedule F and Schedule G, very much based on assumptions and estimates at this point. We understand we're already into the recovery phase, so to speak, of the first wave of the pandemic. And we're in the process of highlighting changes that will need to be made to our facilities in order to, number one, allow us to start to bring staff back into the public buildings, ramping up to at some point, hopefully when we have 100% of our staff back in our facilities. And then following that, the next step will obviously be to open the facilities up to the public. So there will be obviously some need for retrofit, right up to and including even council chambers, for example. There'll be some requirements to perhaps make some changes there. So again, just going through on a ballpark basis and just estimating what might be needed for upgrading facilities. Again, very much a high-level estimate at this point. And then finally, we also know that we are going to be dealing with additional personal protective equipment requirements. We'll have to increase our cleaning protocols, that sort of thing. That involves additional equipment, perhaps, and additional cleaning supplies for sure, and additional personal protective equipment, hand sanitizers, gloves, masks, all that sort of thing. So again, a factor put in to account for that. That really takes me through the schedules. We had earlier in the year at a council meeting, directors had gone through and sort of updated council on the status of the capital budget and capital projects. So I've added, again, Schedule G on this report, which is basically the capital budget for 2020 and just an update, current status update as to where we're at with those projects in terms of whether they're completed, whether they've been tendered, whether they're still just being priced, that sort of thing. So that's provided for council as well. The other things that I've included in the report is, again, a very high-level outline of staffing changes that have been made to date. We've had a really very high level of cooperation from our staff in terms of making accommodations, switching to working from home in a lot of cases. It's really been remarkable, the level of cooperation and support that we've had as we've moved through this in terms of business continuity and keeping the business of the corporation moving forward. I've highlighted in the report some of the people just by positions that have been redeployed throughout the organization. So the council has that. And then finally, I think I just touched on the fact that since some of the projects in the 2020 budget did involve debt and borrowing in order to finance them, just touched on the fact that earlier in the year we had brought to council the annual repayment limit report that we get from the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing. And again, I think at that point in time, we highlighted to council that our debt position is very favorable Our debt load that we're currently carrying is very low. And so the ability to borrow for those capital projects, clearly we have lots of room for borrowing without putting any undue financial pressure on the corporation at this time as well. So I think I guess overall, I just wanted to comment that the rationale or the purpose of this report is basically that I hope to bring some level of comfort to council that the impact of the pandemic, while serious, obviously, is not it's not something that we can't manage at this point and work our way through. It's not something that's requiring drastic measures at this point. But again, I see this report and this meeting that we're having today as perhaps the first in a series of reports as we go through the rest of the summer and into the fall in terms of updates based on the circumstances and as things change moving forward and as we see exactly what we're going to do in terms of being able to reopen facilities, just being able to see what type of expenditures we do run into and that sort of thing. So I think that it'll be important to continue to have this sort of update at least every couple of months as we move through the rest of 2020 and obviously into the 2021 budget year as we start that process.
Well, thank you, Mr. Davey, and I can certainly conclude with the thoroughness of this information when you're dealing with all COVID-19 and regular matters. And I can also indicate that there has been a very strong relationship with both union and non-union employees in working collaboratively together in all facets to make this happen. And I've been able to witness that behind the scenes firsthand. So that's certainly a very good news story. Based on that, I'll certainly start to now open up the floor for dialogue and questions, perhaps motions if and when needed to be presented. If you are directing a question to anything to do with the capital budget, I would hope that you would make reference to the category and the page. That would help the rest of us on council to follow along. So at this point, I'm going to open up the floor. I see Mr. Larmer.
You just need a seconder to put the report on the floor.
Yeah, thank you. I see Councillor Beattie. Any further discussion? We're going to go into discussion, obviously. All in favor?
No, don't vote on it yet. You're just going to do discussion.
Seconder, thank you. So let's go with hands. I saw a number. I'll go to Councillor Beattie, then Councillor Darling.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just very shortly too, would like to echo the efforts of Mr. Davey and his team on this report, and I think it'll be an effective tool as we move forward as a council. That said, I do just have one motion for council to consider. It is an addition. I did send it to the clerk too, if he can pull it up on the screen. It's very short. I will read it and then just give some quick context before handing it back over to yourself, Your Worship, for discussion. So the motion is that council approve the Northumberland Fair Share Food Bank Cobourg location request for support from early April 2020 with funding in the amount of $7,000, and that these funds be transferred to the charity by June 1st with a request that a stewardship report detailing the impact of the contribution be provided to staff and council by December 31st, 2020. Just very briefly, if I may, 3 points on this for council to take into.
Put on the floor, sorry.
Oh, my apologies.
We have a second. Councillor Burkett.
Now may I make just two?
Yes,
thank you, sorry, I forgot about the order. Very briefly, as mentioned, we all received this in early April. This was referred to this budget review meeting for consideration or discussion. Since then, I have spoken to both the volunteer executive director, the executive director is an unpaid position, as well as the volunteer board chair. Even though the governments, both levels of government, have continued to provide emergency relief to Fair Share food banks, it's still a one-term time, and they are obviously planning for an ultra triathlon, if you will, with result to the pandemic. A note from the board chair: while funding from the levels of government have been helpful to our overall supply, our commitment to provide meat, dairy, eggs, vegetables, and bread still need to be purchased. The majority of the support have come in the form of food hampers, as the mayor has indicated in his highlights throughout the weeks. However, whenever possible, the Fair Share Food Bank needs to purchase in bulk to save money and keep their inventory in good shape. And they need to have cash flow, not just the donation of food hampers, but cash flow to stock their shelves in the inventory based on the needs of the neighbors that they support. The board chair thinks that the best way for council to consider a request is considering this. In their operating budget, they did have a surplus of $48,000 in 2019. However, in 2020, they're already forecasting a loss of $50,000 without local community and municipal support. This is a result because they're not able to do their in-person food drives, hold their fundraisers, and their annual golf tournament. And all current resources are being deployed on mobilizing additional support to help the neighbors they feed. They do need money. Knowing their financial position now has them anxious for how they're going to continue to feed our neighbors and our Cobourg residents throughout the rest of 2020. Just two other things: a reminder that the municipality of Port Hope showed their leadership in supporting the Port Hope location with a contribution of $5,000. And the $7,000, and after speaking with the executive director, was reflective of that 40 to 60 share that based on population and service in Port Hope and Cobourg. And I also thought that it would be fitting for the town to match the contributions of $7,000 that Lakefront and those respective communities has recently pledged to Fair Share.
Okay, further comment, discussion from members of council? I'll start with Deputy Mayor, then I'll go to Councillor Chorley.
Mayor Henderson, you may be able to answer this. Out of the 1.2 million that the province gave, not only the food bank, but the initiative for homeless at CCI, do you know what portion of that 1.2 million went directly to the Fair Share Food Bank?
I do not have that figure before me, but the part of the issue and concern is, even though it sounds like a huge amount of money given to the county for that direction, I know that over 600,000 went to shelter emergency services, which cuts that amount in half. And then when you start dividing that out to all the other social services, I'm afraid to say by the end of the day, I'm not really sure how much of that valuable money each sector would receive. So it sounds great at the beginning to start to subdivide it out. The only thing I'm aware of is that they did receive from Feed Ontario 36,000 pounds of food to give to their members or their clients, but I'm not aware directly of any financial aid. It certainly came in the way of food, the idea of a box or a carton for each individual. But I know where they've been hampered tremendously is normally they would do their community fundraising events, which I know is raised in excess of $50,000 traditionally, and right now they're not able to do any of that. So that's the best I can answer at this time to your question.
Thank you. A little disappointing because when this first came to council, I did ask you to look into this, and you had indicated that you would have those questions or those answers to that question for this meeting. So I know you've been really busy, and I appreciate that. The second question I have is for Mr. Davey. What kind of rent do the taxpayers of Cobourg, do we pay any? Does the Fair Share Food Bank pay anything for rent for their new location that we were all there just not that long ago for the ribbon cutting? Or is that a free initiative that, well, free is a relative word, but do they pay rent to the town of Cobourg, I guess, for that location?
Mr. Davey?
Yes, through you to the Deputy Mayor. They are a tenant of Northam Industrial Park, and they do have a rental schedule that they follow, yes.
But we don't know how much that is. I guess you're not at liberty to say that. But they do pay rent then. It's not just a free space.
Right.
No.
Okay. All right. I'm really hesitant to vote on this at this time. This is the first motion of the day, and we have an awful lot of other information that we have to look through all these schedules. So unfortunately, I won't be voting in favor of this until I hear what everyone else has to say with all these schedules in front of us, unfortunately. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Charlie?
Thank you, Councillor Beattie, for your initiative in gathering information on this issue. I was just wondering, it would be helpful for council and for members of the public to just understand the scale of increased need. Do you have any statistics or information on the increase in demand for services from the food bank? And also, do you have any suggestions for where we can make reductions in our budget to find that $7,000? Again, I agree with what Deputy Mayor Sagan has said. I would prefer if we could vote on this at the end of today's deliberations to see if we can find that money first, unless you have any suggestions up front.
To you, Councillor Beattie.
Sure, thank you. I hear a two-part question. I'll answer the latter as that is probably a quicker answer. To be honest, no, and I know that's probably bad form of me. I look to staff to help guide me where we could find that. I'm definitely not, in my professional life, financial stewardship is a core ethic of mine. So I genuinely appreciate that this isn't an exercise to just start spending money when we're actually trying to look at cost saving measures. However, when I did look back on, we stand behind hospice that is going to be developing. We are standing behind healthcare. Food security is a pandemic within a pandemic. I know myself as a volunteer, I sit on various food coordinating efforts across the county. And pardon if my voice quivers, but it is heartbreaking the paramount of need of families and citizens that are becoming service users for the very first time as people are experiencing vulnerability towards poverty and access to not only just food hampers, but fresh food. Groceries that was once part of their everyday livelihood being taken away from them. So I do think that food banks are seeing a fluctuating need. Clearly the emergency relief funding is short-term. As we move from what the food security sector is planning for, though, from a sustainability, are those resilient contributions, and which is what I see the municipal support being, especially as the government is not, both levels of government are not going to continue to be there as we get into recovery and rebuilding. I think the social welfare of our community is going to be our responsibility. And I think it's justified on the case alone that our municipality, I think, has a commitment. I mean, people is our number one pillar in our strategic plan. And I think that is a priority and enough to make sure that the Cobourg residents continue to be fed. The amount of citizens that I'm meeting that are becoming food bank users for the very first time is not only humbling, but it should be a priority for this council. Thank you for the questions.
With that noted, before I take any other questions, Councillor Beattie, are you open to moving this, realizing you have your time limit, and I'll be conscious of that, but are you open to moving this to your motion to later on in these proceedings?
I have no problem with that, as long as if we have to interject it so that I can participate in the motion prior to 4 p.m. If that can be accommodated, then I'm good with that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Then I will choose to do that, and I'll be conscious of the time. And if I'm not, I know Mr. Larmer, being his gracious self, will remind me. With that being stated, other points of discussion? Councillor Darling?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Again, I just wanted to echo Councillor Beatty's thank you to the CAO and staff for putting together this report. I'm going to have to say that I thought we would be in a lot worse shape than we're in. So I'm pleased to be able to read it. I just had a question for Mr. Davey, if he could just confirm for me. We had an impact on revenue of 1,561,000, and then the reports A, B, C, D, and F, and that. The contingency fund, if I'm reading this correctly, at the bottom of the page says minus $75,695. So that to me means that we have a little bit of funds left over if council should so choose to I guess to accept all the information that Mr. Davey has put into the report and go that route as far as cutting back and implementing. So I'm just asking, am I interpreting that correctly, that we do have 76,000 contingency if council decides to accept this report as is without making any further modifications?
So if I can direct, based on Councillor Darlene's question, that takes us to the financial summary as of May 15, 2020, with all the schedules listed, and the figure of 75,695 is before you. And I'm sure that's what Councillor Darlene's using as his reference point for all of council. And Mr. Davey, to you.
Yes, Your Worship, through you to Councillor Darling. Thank you for that. I should have referenced that financial summary page in my earlier comments. You are correct. Unfortunately, the way I did that schedule up, because I started with the impact on revenue as a positive number, then the expenditure savings to reduce that. So by the time you get to the bottom, it is showing it has a minus in front of it, but that is actually a contingency of almost 76,000 that would be left. The other thing that I want to go back to and reiterate, this is by no means the same exercise we're looking at today as setting the budget. We're not trying to get here today to like an exact number, an exact figure. These are projections. These are estimates of if every assumption that I've made in making these schedules was somehow happened to fall into place, this is where we would end up. So it's in no way are we suggesting here by this report that we want to have a motion or some kind of approval. We're not approving anything. This is saying to council, based on our budget numbers and based on where we are on the 21st of May, this is where we may end up. The same way that when we provide a quarterly operating statement or a 6-month or a 9-month operating statement to council, council doesn't immediately then start in to make adjustments to the budget. The budget is the budget. The budget was established and approved through proper public consultation processes, public meetings. All that was done. The budget was passed and approved in early February. So this is really just, again, a report to show that we're still, based on these assumptions, still on pace that to get through the year. And that's why I continue to say that this is an ongoing process. We're not going to make adjustments today and then come back in 2 months' time and adjust the budget again, and then in another 2 months come back and adjust the budget again. Like that's what I'm trying to, the point I'm trying to make here.
Okay, does that help, Councillor Darling?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Davey. That was my understanding that this was just projections, and based on the projections you've made and the savings here and there, I think we're sitting a lot better than I expected. Thank you.
Okay, other comments, questions? Sorry, Councillor Burrow.
Yeah, are we moving on, or are we?
Yes, we are.
Okay, so I have 2 questions and a motion.
Sure.
I'll do the motion first because it was referred from our council meeting on Monday to to budget, so I might as well do it now. And it's under page 8, under Schedule A, 151 parking revenue. That's the only reference that's in the report that I've seen. And my motion is, whereas council provided, do you want me to keep going?
Well, we're on Schedule A, thank you. And you're referencing what section on Schedule A, what page?
164, or no, sorry, 151 on Schedule A, page 8, parking.
Parking revenue, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Whereas council provided free parking in downtown Cobourg until May 31st, 2020 as a response to COVID-19 pandemic, and whereas the COVID-19 pandemic has shut down businesses in Cobourg and all downtown business improvement area businesses have gone through very difficult times, and whereas the government of Ontario has relaxed restrictions on these closures, with the DBI members slowly opening with strict protocols ensuring safety for all residents, and whereas with these protocols being outlined by the government of Ontario has limited the amount of customers while lengthening the time it would take to let customers into their locations to serve them properly. And whereas the DBA Board of Management asked councils for consideration to provide free parking in the downtown core from June 1st to August 31st, 2020. And whereas continuing the incentive to the public and our downtown businesses will ensure that shopping in the downtown will be a positive experience. And whereas the extension of free parking until August 31st, 2020 will have a financial impact on the town's revenue of $49,607.36. Now therefore be resolved, council approve free parking in downtown Cobourg from June 1st to August 31st. Now, having said that, that's the projections of it was last year. The amount of parking revenue was 49,000.
Councillor Barreau, I need a seconder. You read a motion, correct?
Yeah, sorry, you're right.
I need a seconder. I see a hand from Deputy Mayor Seguin. Thank you. Please continue.
So the parking revenue last year for the 3 months was 49,607. Whether that would continue to be the same amount or not, I don't know. So if we go by his CAO's report on the parking of 50%, that would work out to 24,803, unless that was the projection of 50% for the entire year from your projections before. So either way, the total number for the last year for the 3 months was 49,607.
Okay, emotions before us. It's been seconded. Discussion from the members of council. Deputy Mayor.
Just a comment on Councillor Bureau's motion. A few stores obviously opened up on Monday of this week, or Tuesday of this week, sorry. And nowhere else in the town do people have to pay for parking to go shop. And I know that's historically been the situation of the downtown, and we do get a considerable amount of revenue for that. But we really have to treat all store owners, all businesses the same throughout this COVID-19, because there was a lot of good conversation around the table when this motion was put forward. They actually wanted to take it to the end of the year, but I suggested that we take it to August 31st because of the financial impact. We do not know if there will be a second wave. Most people say it might be September, it might be October. But to be frank, we have to give every help we can to our downtown and treat them the same as other businesses throughout the town that do have, people can just drive up to their store and buy things without having to pay for parking. So that's why I seconded this motion. I know it's a considerable amount of money if we go with the $49,000 figure, but again, it's relative to what it might have been. And I do think that we have to give every business owner in town the same latitude that we give every business owner downtown that we give the rest of the business owners throughout Cobourg. So I will support this.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Councillor Darling.
Yes, thank you, Worship. I am in favor of the motion. I just do have concerns that if we keep the free parking on the main street the way it is, that employees that now can park there, they can park all day. Somebody wants to park and walk to downtown or whatever. If other parking lots get filled up, they can park on the main street all day and they don't have to move their vehicle. So it might be a double-edged sword in that way. So I wonder maybe if we'd like to look at, extending it, 1 hour, then the clock runs out, you get an hour bonus or something. But I'm not opposed to it. I'm just bringing that point forward. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to go first. I'm going to go, sorry, Councillor Beatty, and then I'll go to Councillor Burrow.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is most likely a question through you to Councillor Bureau. I'm most likely can answer this. At the DBIA meetings, considering that retail stores downtown can obviously open for curbside pickup, I envision how amazing it is to be able to have that most often empty parking spot to drive right up, say, in front of the coffee shop or the retailer or the furniture store to pick up your order without having to walk. Was there any consideration of, is there a possibility that, to Councillor Darling's point, could we reserve those free parking spots with customer only signs so that storefront curbside pickup has that direct, like I think of Millstone, how perfect it is that they almost kind of have 2 dedicated parking spots right in front of their store, right? Did that ever come up as a request, or how is the DBIA navigating preferred parking for that curbside drive-up pickup?
So Councillor Burrow, kind of similar question, both from Councillor Beatty and Councillor Darling. So I'll allow you to address them.
All right, got both issues. All good. So if this does pass, the DBA will send out a letter to all the members requesting that they don't park on the street, that they park in the Covered Street parking lot or the Albert Street parking lot, because that will free up for customers coming to their store. Second is which I think that, and if we make those restrictions, then I think that would be helpful to everybody. Also, if you did notice, if anybody's been downtown and you've seen the banks line up, those lineups are at the bank are anywhere from 5 minutes to an hour itself. At every bank, you see them all lined up on the street. Also, it would free up the bylaw, not that they wouldn't patrol the downtown, but it would also, instead of emptying the parking meters and all that kind of stuff, it would free them up as well for that. But definitely, if this passes, as chair, I would send out a notice to every business stating, please do not park on the street. It's for customers only.
I'm going to go Mr. Davey.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to point out and remind council, if you will, that when the issue of fairness, and when you're talking about fairness and free parking at other places other than downtown, please remember that those other free parking lots, whether they're at a mall or whether they're at a big box store or whether they're at a grocery store, are not free by any means to those store owners. The owners of those businesses are paying to maintain those lots. They're paying to snowplow those lots. And in the downtown, the taxpayer is paying for the Covered Street lot, the 2nd Street lot, the 1st Street lot. So I guess it goes back to the old saying of economics 101, there's no such thing as a free lunch. There's no such thing as free parking. Regardless, somebody is paying for it. Either the store owner is paying for it or the customer doing the parking is paying for it, but somebody is paying for it.
Okay, I'm back to Councillor Burrow.
I totally agree with you, CAO Davey. One of the other things, though, is that we got to remember is there's over 260 businesses in downtown. And not only that, they all pay a levy to beautify and maintain this as well. So I get that. I totally understand that other people, other businesses do pay and maintain their parking lots as well. But each of those 260 plus businesses do put in a levy to maintain that. And to me, it's extremely important that we do everything we possibly can, not only to help them, but to help everyone. But I do think that that's, it would definitely help with businesses doing curbside pickup and helping them be open. And I can say on Deputy Mayor's point that we did open on Monday, and it is extremely slow. I will say that. It's still the same status quo as how it was last week. Maybe a little bit busier with the nicer weather, more people out walking, but they're definitely not shopping at this moment.
Okay, any other comments? I'll go to Councillor Charlie and then Councillor Darling.
Thank you, Mayor Henderson. Thank you, Councillor Bureau, for bringing this forward. I think it's an important discussion. And I appreciate that you've given us a figure, 49,000 roughly, in what we would be forfeiting in terms of income. I just want to understand how that would impact Mr. Davies' estimate, where parking revenue goes down by 50%. That's a loss of $343,750. Mr. Davey, I'm just wondering if you can explain the rationale and whether that amount that you have in Schedule A would need to change if this motion was approved, or whether that 50% reduction really already encapsulates Councillor Bureau's motion.
Mr. Davey?
The 50% reduction that I've used is basically has been on the assumption that the revenues from parking would be cut exactly in half of what they would have been last year. So whether that's from the downtown, whether that's from because we don't have the waterfront open, so we're not having as many people coming to the beach, and that obviously it takes into account all of that. Again, this would be another example of where we would come back in a couple months' time and update and say, okay, now where are we at with revenues and projections? And given that we've, what has actual revenue been now based on actions that council has taken to date.
Okay, Councillor Charlie, further comment before I go to Councillor Darling?
Yeah, just to follow up on that, I just wanted to be clear on how far this waiver of parking fees would extend. I'm assuming it wouldn't include the waterfront parking lots. And further, is it possible to increase or double parking charges in our waterfront parking lots to maybe try and compensate?
Is that directed to Mr. Davey?
That's directed to Mr. Davey or perhaps Director Wills. I know that looking at parking rates is something that's supposed to be coming to council in due time. So I'm not sure if any thought's being put into whether we can increase rates on the waterfront. Obviously, we don't want to encourage a lot of visitors on the waterfront. And I'm just wondering if it's possible, how easy or difficult it is to improvise parking fees in our waterfront lots and maybe recoup some of the forfeited parking income from the downtown.
Either Mr. Davey, I see your hand up. So Mr. Davey, thank you.
Yes, Your Worship. I'll go first, and then obviously Director Wills can jump in as well with her comments. But again, I just want to caution council that one of the dangers in times like this is that the council makes sort of knee-jerk reactions without proper consideration that would normally be given to an issue like this. The whole issue of transit fares and parking there's been considerable consideration and work gone into how parking in the downtown and the waterfront should be amended and whatnot going forward. And I know that through Public Works, they've worked on reports and things to come forward to council. So I would just caution that to sort of jump in at this point and just arbitrarily start making changes to the whole parking scheme is probably a dangerous route with any of these things to start going down. But I'll let Director Wills speak to it as well.
Okay, Director Wills.
Thank you. Yes, I appreciate the fact that it's difficult to see the cut in revenue and wanting to compensate for the difference. And we had intended to do some rate increases for both transit and parking over the last few years. I would agree with the CAO that now is not the greatest time to be doing that, but mostly the main issue being that collection of the revenue is the most challenging and unsafe part of this scenario we're in right now, where regardless if the fees are what they are or we increase them, there's still coins being put into meters, people touching meters. We would have to be cleaning the meters nonstop. And we don't, nobody has the resources or the time to be doing that, to be collecting the money, emptying the meters, because they need to be emptied almost daily during the normal summer. And I would anticipate, we're still going to see people coming and walking around whether the beach is open or not. So there will be a lot of coin going into those machines and having to be removed. So there is that risk to our staff to be emptying those and collecting the coin and counting the coin. Same goes with the transit machines. That's why we were veering away from collecting fares right now, is to keep the entry to the vehicles from the rear so that there's no interaction with the driver. And also we have parking passes for waterfront that are physical passes that we have to issue at a Victoria Hall. So the logistics of collecting fares is still a major health and safety risk at this point. Not to mention changing up the fare structure during the middle of the pandemic is fairly challenging, I would say, to do both logistically and from a public perception point of view.
I'm going to go to Councillor Darling, and then I'll come back to you, Councillor Chorley. Councillor Darling.
Thank you, Worship. My thoughts when we were coming into this budget meeting today was to look at where we stood and become informed as to maybe what we can do to save money and whatnot. Right now, we've got two motions in front of them, and both of them are asking for more money. I'm just wondering if Mr. Bureau, along with Councillor Beatty, as she has allowed us to put that motion off to near the end of the meeting, if we could do the same. I'd like to see where we end up at the end of the day before we go motion by motion, trying to vote for or against each one as we go along. So I think, wondering if we could put the motions on the floor and then kind of defer them till the end of the meeting and see where we're going to come out here. Thank you.
Well, let me ask Councillor Barreau, would you allow your motion? I'll be constant time with Councillor Beatty. As indicated, would you be open to having it moved to later in the discussion?
Sure, if that's what council wishes. It was referred from Monday to now.
No, but so that's not the point.
I know. It's up to everybody. It's if everybody's okay with that, then we can. But
it's not everybody. It's your motion. I need to know if you feel comfortable moving it to later in this discussion.
Mr. Larmer has a question.
Mr. Larmer.
Your Worship, I think we should do this procedurally right, and we need a motion to postpone from a member of council on these two motions, and that needs to be discussed. So if you don't mind, we can go back to the first motion that was on the table from Nicole B and have a motion to postpone that to later in the meeting, and then we'll do the same for the other motion.
Okay.
It has to be disposed of procedurally, and we didn't do that with Councillor Beatty's. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for that direction. For postponement only for further on in the meeting. Councillor Beatty, seconder.
Who's moving that? Sorry. You are? You can't move it. You're the chair.
No, but Councillor Burkett, seconder. Councillor Chorley, all in favor? Moving again, could I have someone move Councillor Burrows to postpone?
We'll so move.
That's Councillor Darling, seconder, Councillor Burkett. All in favor? Carried. Thank you for that, Mr. Larmer. Are there other points of consideration or different points of consideration at this time? Deputy Mayor?
Do you hear me okay?
Sound wise, yes, you're good.
sorry. I'm just wondering if there's any value to going through each of the schedules, with the exception of the confidential schedule, one by one, rather than jumping all over the fact, unless other people have motions that are specific to each schedule, or if there's not, we can, you know, move forward. I just think that each schedule has its, you know, there's questions and answers for each one. I'm just wondering what council feels about that. It's clearly laid out in Mr. Davies' motion, and, you know, to his point, this is just the first of probably many reports. But if we finish this meeting today with just accepting this report for information purposes, we are not giving staff or anyone really direction of where to continue. So the budget, as Mr. Davies said, was approved, but these are not ordinary times. We've had deficits, and we've had, so I don't know what everyone thinks, but that would be something to at least get through the agenda. And what time is it now? It's 2 o'clock. Get through the agenda and look at each schedule on its own merit, and then any motions that come forward would come forward pertaining to each schedule. I have one for Schedule A and B that I would put on the table, and then other members could do the same. That way we could get through the agenda.
I'm happy to do that, Deputy Mayor. So if everybody can turn to Schedule A and have your question precisely, and then we'll move quickly through with the focus. So back to you, Deputy Mayor, on your question or your point.
I just had the first motion I had for Schedule A was moved by myself, and I do need a seconder. Maybe I'll read it first. I did send these to Mr. Larmer. It's pretty simple. That the COVID-19 financial impact report, Schedule A, impact on revenue of $1,561,000 in the Cobourg 2020 budget we received from the interim CAO treasurer for information purposes. That one was pretty straightforward, with the exception of what Mr. Bureau, Councillor Bureau just put forward that we will be looking at the end of the meeting. I think if we take each one of them separately, that might be a way of getting through. So that one's pretty simple, just accepting Schedule A as presented.
Okay, seconder, Councillor Burkett. Discussion? Seeing none, I call all in favor.
Councillor Chorley.
Councillor Chorley.
Thank you, Mayor Henderson. I'm just wondering if now is the appropriate time to ask a question about this schedule before we receive it for information purposes.
Yes.
Yes. If I can, I just wanted to direct a question to CAO Davey regarding the line interest income. You mentioned in the body of your report that there hasn't been any impact on cash flow for the municipality, but I'm just wondering, is having a lower cash balance in the bank and less interest income, is that an impact on the municipality's cash flow? And then there's a second part to my question. I'm just wondering about perhaps the longer term impact. And I know you've done a lot of work, and I appreciate the work you've put into assessing really what is the immediate term impact of the pandemic on our finances. But just looking ahead to September, October, November, we have deferred property taxes, which provides some relief to residents, but it also increases the risk of property tax delinquency, where taxes are paid late or they're not paid at all. And I know other municipalities, I've seen the City of Toronto has done some assessments looking at scenarios where if property tax delinquency increases by 10%, what impact that would have on the municipality's cash flows. Have there been any analysis? Have you conducted any scenario analysis like that? And I'm just wondering, have we put any thought into anticipating possibly reduced financial inputs into the municipality later in the year?
Mr. Davey?
No, I haven't done any scenario calculations like that at this point. All I can tell you is what I know for sure, and for sure I know two things. One, our cash balance at this point in the year, which I look at on a daily basis, is stronger by approximately $2 million than it was on this date last year, a year ago. And also, if council will recall, there continues to be an item on the books for long-term debt to finance the headworks project at Plant 1 that's been an ongoing capital project that we have not financed to this point long-term. So that would be an additional cash flow. So that's why I continue to say that cash flow is not a concern at this point. In fact, we've had more taxpayers contact the finance department and ask to go on the pre-authorized payment plan or start the pre-authorized payment plan than we have had people contact us and say, I need to drop off the plan because I can't keep up with my payments. So most taxpayers, I would say that by far the majority, are taking steps to make sure that they keep their tax accounts current. So will there be some delinquencies? I'm sure there will be, but in terms of the actual cash flow, that is not a concern in terms of keeping our cash in the positive side, if you will. The rationale, just again, is going through the 300 plus pages of the operating budget line by line and trying to identify places where there might be some reductions in revenues. That one was an easy one to pick on, just from the point of view that not only might there be some slightly reduced cash balances in the bank account, also obviously there's been a significant impact on interest rates that financial institutions are paying. So the actual percentage rate that they're paying will be lower. So again, I think that's the rationale for slightly downgrading that interest income line.
Okay, thank you. Other points of discussion at this point? Councillor Chorley?
Thank you, Mr. Davey. I appreciate the clarification. I'm glad to hear that you don't anticipate a significant problem later in the year in terms of revenue coming in from property taxes. I'm just wondering, before we get too far into this, I had one question just related to your report. I was just wondering whether you've done any assessments of the potential for us as a municipality to lose other levels of funding. I'm just looking at the debt that's being accumulated by the province of Ontario, and it's so significant. The province is anticipating a $22 billion drop in revenue this year. They are also going to see, because of increased spending in reaction to the pandemic, the deficit for the province is expected to quadruple to $41 billion this year. And we know the federal government is also necessarily spending to provide supports to Canadians. Can we expect as a municipality in 2021 and 2022 that the significant amount of funding that we get from the provincial government and the federal government, can we anticipate that might dry up? I'm just looking at how heavily we rely, for example, on gas tax, the gas tax fund from the federal government to pay for our capital projects. Do you have a sense of whether we should brace ourselves for that potential change?
Mr. Davey?
Let me get my crystal ball out here for a minute and see. First of all, let me say that there's very little discretionary funding that comes from either the federal government or the provincial government to the town of Cobourg. There's a small amount that we refer to as the OMPF funding that comes from the province. That's been declining year after year after year. Other than that, any of the other sources of funding are very specifically capital related or used for capital projects. So the impact, if that funding was to be reduced, and again, there's commitments by the federal government and the provincial government for things like provincial gas tax and federal gas tax. So first of all, they would have to renege on those agreements, which I don't anticipate that they would do that. But secondly, the impact would be that we would have to scale back our capital projects, and again, not impact the operating budget. So yes, if the federal government decides to take some of that federal gas tax money that we all pay when we buy our fuel at the pumps and use that for some other purpose than to live up to their obligations to the provinces and municipalities, then we would, in all likelihood, maybe have to scale back some of our capital projects, and perhaps it would impact our transit and that sort of thing. But other than that, no, I don't. And that's one of the things that's very, I mean, if you can look at it as a positive, we're not reliant on those other levels of government in the town of Cobourg, really. It's very helpful in terms of helping with our capital program, but in terms of our operating program day to day, no.
And I can also say in support of your comment, Mr. Davey, if those discussions were had or negated, then it would affect all of AMO, which affects all 444 municipalities in Ontario, because we're all affected by those decisions. Are there other comments at this time? Councillor Chorley?
Thank you. Just in response to those comments from Mr. Davey, I was referring to our capital projects. It's really a wider conceptual question about where our sources of funding come from. Just based on your summary and Schedule G, it was our greatest amount of revenue that goes towards capital projects is, first of all, our reserves, but second, gas tax, $1.6 million allocated towards our capital projects this year. Third, debenture debt, and our fourth is the Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund at $638,000. So I was really just flagging to council that I think common sense tells us that the amount of debt being accumulated by the provincial and federal government right now will trickle down to municipalities. And so I do think now is the time to start adjusting our approach to the budget, knowing that in future years, we will have to bear more and more of the costs ourselves and through the tax levy and through our reserves. So I just wanted to make that point before we proceed.
Okay, thank you. So noted. Are there other points? Oh, sorry, Mr. Davey, I see your hand up.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I just want to point out that our approach, whether it's from the income that we receive through Northam, or whether it's federal gas tax, or whether it's dividends or interest from lakefront utilities, our philosophy has always been that we don't spend that money or budget that money until we actually have it in our bank account. So in other words, when we look at the 2021 capital budget, if we have some reason to believe that we're not going to have federal gas tax, or we're not going to have a dividend or interest income from these other subsidiaries, so to speak, then we would at that point scale back our capital budget program. So again, it's not the impact, it's not an immediate impact on operating budgets. It's just we might have to spread out or scale back some of that capital work that we would like to see moving forward.
Okay. Councillor Darling, comment on Schedule A?
Yes, just in regard to Mr. Davies' comments about future years, it's my understanding that all capital projects at this time have, for 2020, the funding is already either sitting there or will be debentured. Is that correct?
Mr. Davey?
Yes, through you, Your Worship, that is correct. It's either money that we already have received, or if there are projects that were indicated that they would be debentured. That's quite right.
Okay. Other questions to Deputy Mayor's motion that's still before us? Any other comment? Councillor Chorley, one more, and then I'm probably going to call the vote.
No, thank you. I appreciate those comments, and I think it's important for us to really put some thought into future spending, but also knowing that some of the capital projects we're taking on this year are multi-year projects. And just, I think it's important that council is mindful of future spending, in this case by debt. I've got a list of $1 million in streetlight replacements. This is over the next few years. 1.2 million for campground improvements, again over a few years. 2.1 million for the East Pier and 4.5 million for the harbor walls and breakwaters. So leading up to 2022, we're looking at $8.8 million in debt, and that's significant. So I just think we need to be mindful about the future spending that we are committing to this year.
I'm sure council was aware of that moving forward, especially with COVID-19, and I expect there will be changes as we get closer to the actual budget deliberations in preparation for 2021. Any other comment for Schedule A? Otherwise, I'd like to proceed. All those in favor of Deputy Mayor Seguin's motion? Against? Carried. Moving then, following the comment from Deputy Mayor, Schedule B, are there any specific questions of clarification, perhaps to Mr. Davey or Director? Deputy Mayor?
I do have a motion to put on the floor for council's consideration. Mr. Larmer, did you receive those earlier today? So the second one for Schedule B. It's a little longer than Schedule A's motion. Okay. Thank you. In an effort to find additional savings, I will read the motion. If you would allow me that, Mr. Henderson, or Mayor Henderson, before we ask for a seconder, is that okay? Because no one has seen this yet.
I'm just seeing it now.
Okay.
I'll call a seconder just to get it on the floor. Is there a seconder? I see Councillor Darlene, thank you.
Okay. It's moved by myself that the COVID-19 financial impact report, Schedule B, on impact on operating expenditures of $769,000 in net projected savings to the Cobourg 2020 budget be received from the interim CAO/treasurer for information purposes. And whereas council needs to anticipate that there will be a second and possibly third wave of COVID-19, there's never been a pandemic without at least a second wave, and no one can tell how this is mutating. Council must protect the financial resources and health of citizens of the town of Cobourg. Now therefore be it resolved that council approve the following further reductions in the 2020 operating budget. Aquatics lifeguard, reduce the hours 100%, additional $102,402. Reduce utilities at CCC by 50%, additional $224,000. Special events, reduce the movies in the park by $500, Sandcastle Festival by $16,000, Canada Day a further $2,000 for a total of $18,500. These are taken after the potential revenues that were to be impacted by the budget items. Art gallery, sorry, that's a typo. Eliminate $5,000 for Victoria Hall 160th anniversary, which has been deferred to 2021, and $5,000 for the art gallery's 60th anniversary for a total of $10,000. Tourism, remove the remainder of the advertising budget of $45,000, and staffing. I can put this one on because that is an open position. Eliminate hiring of the manager of recreation and culture in 2020 until the service delivery review is complete, and so that is the remaining 25%, or $28,453. And I appreciate that any of these could be divided before the vote is actually called, Your Worship.
Hey, if I could just get clarity from Mr. Larmer on the staffing issue, for clarity.
Through you, Worship. So it's vacant positions, not a personal matter about an individual. There's no person in that. It's a budget line item. So council can discuss that. The budget number, right? That's what it is.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Could we have that somehow? And is there questions? Do we want to go in order? There's quite a list before us. do we want to tackle that one-on-one because there's so many components, or are you hoping it will be all in one?
As I mentioned, I don't expect it to be all in one. I expect it to be a divided motion because of the complexity of each one.
Perhaps if we did divide it, there's so many different component parts, it would be easier for us to deal with each one. So if we could go back to the first one, I'm just, Councillor Darling.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to divide each into a singular motion.
Thank you. Seconder, Councillor Beattie. Any further discussion on to divide? All in favor? Against? Carried. So, Mr. Larmer, if you could just highlight the first one for us.
Sorry, just give me 1 second. So the motion to divide was moved by Councillor Darling and seconded by who, sorry?
Mr. Davey, while that's being done.
Sorry, thank you, Your Worship. I guess what I'm looking for here is some clarification of where we're going with this, these types of motions. Again, the municipal levy has been set and approved. The tax bylaw has been set and approved. So I guess where are these savings supposed to go? Are we going to reduce these budget lines and create some kind of COVID-19 contingency fund with all these savings? That I guess I'm not clear on what the intention is here, because if we start arbitrarily changing budget lines, I guess, you know, being in the accountant in the room, there's got to be if there's a debit, there's got to be a credit. So what's the other side going to be? So as I say, to me, all we would really be doing is establishing some kind of massive contingency fund or something. And then I guess I'm unclear as to procedurally where that's going. So
back to you, Deputy Mayor, for your intent of the motions.
I guess my intent was to give staff some kind of direction. What we have from Mr. Davies is a pretty comprehensive report, and we do appreciate all the work that went into it, but it is just that. So unless we as council, you know, have some conversations, and by version of those conversations, some motions, nothing happens going forward. And 2 months from now, are we having the same discussion? Are we having, in other words, you're right, Mr. Davies, the budget was passed. None of us anticipated COVID-19. None of us anticipated that we'd even be having a special budget review, because that's not usually what we do. We wait till September and we start on the next year. So, I mean, I will go with whatever council wants, but we've already had 2 motions so far today to add to this budget. And to your point, Mr. Davies, the same thing would happen there. You know, and all of your figures in your schedules, are they just there for information only? You had no intention of putting those and reducing the budgets so that different departments would know that their budgets will no longer have these amounts in them? Or do we just go as if, you know, nothing has changed? I mean, I'm confused a little, because we've got this, I did ask for this budget meeting, and we have seen that there are some increases in decreases in revenue, increases in expenses. I think council needs to have this discussion, and I think this is why we were elected, to preserve this. And yes, we did vote on this budget in February, but I think things have changed.
Let me interrupt, Deputy Mayor. It's not a budget review. We've already, as council, passed our budget. Exactly. What this is a financial prediction, estimate as of May 21st today of where we are, the good, the bad, the indifferent, as we monitor the situation. So please don't treat this as a budget. There's a lot of confusion. Council has passed the budget. We've done the tax roll. It's gone out to the citizens. That piece is done. But we do have to monitor moving forward clearly where we could be and where we will be as we get closer to the end of the year, and as we start to prepare for next year's budget, because you can see it will be a very different year for 2021. But we've got to really stop using the word budget. This is not a budget meeting. It's a financial projection based on the merit of the time to this date. So that's what we have to keep in consideration. I'll go to Mr. Davey and then Councillor Darling.
Thank you, Your Worship. Again, really the intent behind this report was not to change anything that was originally established in the budget that was properly and duly debated and dealt with by council. It was just merely to say, these were the revenue projections in the original budget, and now based on what we know now, they're going to be, here's our best guess as to where they might be now. Similarly with positions and new hires, it wasn't, let's, override what council decided back in February and, arbitrarily take positions out. It was just to say that based on where we are now, if we had planned on hiring somebody March 1st, and that was what was in the budget, clearly that didn't happen. Here's the next best estimate of when that hire might take place. And so there's some savings that have materialized there, but it wasn't, take people out, add people in. The same thing with, a lot of the summer student positions that are highlighted. It wasn't to say, get rid of all those positions or whatever. It was just that we would normally have hired students by this point in time. And now it looks like that didn't happen May the 1st. So again, it's not really anything that I've put in these reports is not changing the will of council or whatever. It's just more a reflection or an update of where we are now. So, for instance, to arbitrarily change the utilities expense of the CCC, I mean, I don't know how we can, or what happens if we don't, if we don't hit that target or whatever. I guess that's where I'm struggling.
I'll go to Councillor Burkett, Councillor Darling, and Councillor Chorley.
Your Worship, I'd like to see council take a good look at Mr. Davies' report here. Mr. Davies done a report right now. By council accepting what he's put in the report as savings and expenses, we're basically on a balanced budget. We have a contingency by his report, if all things being equal, is $75,000. So right now, I don't see us being in a situation where we have to make drastic changes. As the deputy mayor's first motion, when divided, was another $104,000 savings on lifeguards. Well, if we get 3 months from now and the beach has never opened in the summer, then that's money we haven't spent that will be sitting there that can offset any other expenses. So as Mr. Davies pointed out here, I think we need to just look at this and accept this as a financial update to the budget, and then have the ECG continue doing what they're doing, bringing things to council when necessary for decisions. And 3 months from now or 2 months from now, we need to have another financial update from Mr. Davey saying, okay, where do we stand now? How different is it from, where we were May 21st to say August 21st? And do we need to then look at things about delving into our reserve, borrowing money? Maybe by then the provincial government will have, or the federal government will have given funding to the municipalities to deal with some of this, and they will accept the burden. So I think at this time, this is council's best move, in my opinion, is to accept this financial report as an update and go on from there, and maybe set another meeting 2 or 3 months from now for a further financial update. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I'll go to Councillor Burkett.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would echo Councillor Darling's comments. I think Mr. Davey has given us a very good report of what, based on what he knows and what they can do with the budget that was presented to council when we passed. I think they've done a great job of going through, saying here's where some items we've, can save, we're potentially going to save money on. Unfortunately, none of us can predict what this is going to bring on a daily basis. I think we need to give staff the latitude to continue what they're to do, which is the operations of the town of Cobourg, and update us. I think council's direction at this point should be that, hey, we get another update of this at, you know, say a month from now, or whatever council so wishes. And an example I'll have to use is we just passed the electrical upgrades there on Monday night. That's an example of, okay, the project has come under budget. So now there's essentially that those funds to offset something where maybe we have a shortfall. But I think, you know, they've done a great job with outlining some potential losses, you know, some potential savings, and going back to just as a point for, you know, if items come up, for example, the downtown parking or whatever, council just needs to make a decision. Is this something we want to, you know, put on the floor to help this out due to the COVID? And obviously, when the next report comes to council from Mr. Davey, we would know exactly, you know, okay, have we been impacted, or, you know, what's the further impact? And this is a moving target. No one knows when this is going to be over. I wish we had a crystal ball to determine that. And that's all my comment I have.
Okay, and I believe I'm off to Councillor Charlie.
Thank you, Mayor Henderson. I think the Municipal Act is extremely clear that it is the role of municipal councils to make decisions about municipal financing and services. And yes, we've set the budget for the year, but we are facing a situation that's so unprecedented. And there are so many people in our community who are hurting financially. We've got a lot of businesses who are on a knife's edge regarding whether they're going to survive this crisis. The best thing we can do is to take action and to freeze spending if we need to, and selectively as we deem appropriate. And yes, it's unorthodox, it's different, it changes our working methods, but we need to pivot quickly. And other municipalities have been doing that too. I was reading about the city of Brantford and how they have put over 300 staff members on unpaid leave. And I would rather see us address some of our expenditure and see us address some of our capital projects than to have to move in that direction. But we need to make cuts. And whether that goes into a fund that can be drawn upon in future years, I think we need to recognize how serious and how deep the financial crisis caused by COVID-19 is, not just for us as a municipality, for us as a province, as a country, and globally. This impact is tremendous. So we've got to start keeping our eyes on the horizon, looking forward. One of the pitfalls of this form of government is that it tends to lean towards short-sighted decision-making, short-term decision-making, and we really need to look at the long-term impact and start taking action now. So I fully support the approach of Deputy Mayor Seguin that we need to go through. Mr. Davey has given us a great basis to work from. If we need to extend freezing some of these expenditures, then we need to do that. And we will also be setting priorities in terms of service delivery, because I really feel right now in this year, we need to go back to core services. This isn't a normal year. There are many capital projects, for example, that if we were looking at the budget with fresh eyes, we probably would say that they are not justifiable this year. They are for a normal year, and that's what we were doing in February when we set the budget. But the situation has changed, and we need to be flexible and move quickly to respond to that. I also think it's not fair on staff to have to, under such unusual circumstances where staff are being rejigged and resources are uncertain in terms of summer students, to have to carry out, for example, so many capital projects. We will actually be helping our staff to streamline their focus on core services rather than on some of the projects that we have approved. So I think we need to make those cuts to our operating expenditures and to our capital projects, and we need to do it quickly because next year is going to be a really difficult budget year. We can't wait until we're told next year for the 2021 budget that we don't have very much in the coffers, and especially when we're committing to longer term projects right now. We know next year the need for affordable housing, it's only going to increase. And as Councillor Beattie has shown, the need for services like the food bank, it's only going to increase into next year. We won't have the funds to meet those community priorities if we don't make the cuts and be conservative now.
Okay, thank you for that. At this point, we still have the motion to divide. It was seconded. And therefore, unless there's another motion otherwise, we should then proceed with the motion on the floor. And therefore, I would ask that we go back to the first one in Deputy Mayor's listing. Questions. So the first one is aquatic lifeguards reduce hours 100%. The only question I have you for Deputy Mayor Segan, if I may, under lifeguards, I'm going to page, it's 184 aquatic. It's already been reduced by 50%. I guess my concern is if the Premier does open up the situation, which he indicates he's going to do in 2 to 4 week elements, knowing that phase 2 could approach us in July. And if our beach, in fact, does open up with movement, and typically we have lifeguards, and we cut the total amount out of budget, that to me just, I'm not understanding this, because the reason I'm asking, because we don't know the steps that Premier Ford's going to take moving ahead. And I must say, I thought the cautious report of reducing to half was favorable, because if we do open up our beaches, there's no doubt we're going to need lifeguards, which has been our tradition in the town of Cobourg moving forward. So could you help me with that one?
Yes, Your Worship. Oh, Mr. Larmer has his hand up.
Mr. Larmer?
Your Worship, we need to put this, so all these motions are separate motions now. So we need to put them all on the floor individually and get them seconded. Then you can open up for discussion. So
sorry, I apologize. Seconder for that one.
Question?
Councillor Darling?
We had a second on the motion. Did we even vote on the motion to divide?
I thought we did. There's been a lot.
yeah, so
Larmer?
it's moved by yourself, seconded by Councillor Beattie, correct?
Yes.
But was there a vote on the motion to divide?
I had a vote on it, but if you would like to chair the ruling, you want to vote on it again, we can.
Oh, I just wanted to make sure we did vote. Thank you.
So seconder for the aquatic lifeguard.
That makes that one easy. Oh, sorry.
Councillor Chorley. So thank you for answering my question.
Sorry. What was my thought process behind it?
Yeah.
Basically, I looked at, like I say, it's been said a couple times here, none of us have a crystal ball. I will be voting to close the beach for July and August when that comes up on the 1st of June. I've read through Mr. Davies' reports that there's possibility that the pool may not open at all this summer. And I guess we're not legally obligated, obviously, to have lifeguards. We always have, and for the safety of our citizens, we should continue that. But if this second opening from the Premier doesn't come till the middle of July, it may not be 100%, but I was just looking for extra savings, and I thought that motion will be coming forward on the 1st of June. We close the beach, we will not need lifeguards. So if it makes it easy, I can reduce that, but I just feel I feel strongly that we have to put this beach issue on the floor at some time, and we will on the 1st of June. That was my rationale behind the 100%.
For sharing that with me. Other questions, comments? Councillor Darling and Councillor Beattie.
Yes, with the lifeguards. I mean, I'd agree if we don't have the lifeguard or the beach open, we don't need the lifeguards. But I think that will just come naturally if we vote not to have or to close the beach, or if the pandemic continues and beaches remain closed and the pool does not open, then we don't need a motion to save that money because it'll already be saved. We won't have spent it. So if we end up that this thing's a miracle cure and we open it August 1st, then we're going to need some money in the budget. So I'm thinking, why tamper with the budget when if the use is not there, then it won't be spent. And if the use is there, a portion of it may be spent and a portion that is not spent will be saved.
Okay, thank you for those comments. Councillor Beatty.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Darling articulated similar thoughts. I think I just want to add to it. While I see where the Deputy Mayor is coming from, I personally feel uncomfortable supporting something, two things. It would feel like it's indicating being presumptuous. We all are cautiously monitoring the beach, and I think like the budget will continue to monitor that meeting over meeting. So I myself am concerned by participating in this vote that I would be acting on an assumption rather than the outcome of next week's decision. So I'm going to have to pass on participating in voting on this motion based on that feeling.
Okay, other comments? Otherwise, hearing none, I'll call, Deputy Mayor.
I can basically remove this one based on the discussion. I will put it back on the floor when we know for sure whether the beach will be closed, to be fair to everyone, because you're right, we can't decide what we're going to do before we decide what we're going to close the beach. So with council's approval, I will remove that first one, and I will put it back in when we decide for sure. Well, like Councillor Darling says, if we close the beach, we won't need the lifeguards anyway. So with your permission, I will remove that, Mr. Larmer, and we can go on to the second one.
Seconder for the not required, right, on the withdrawal from the mover, correct? So can I see the second one on the list, please? CCC, I'm looking at my sheet, Schedule B. That's, you're referencing, I'm assuming it would be, right now it says reduce utilities by 10%, and you are now recommending by, are you recommending, just for clarity, Deputy Mayor,
the amount before you of the 224 was basically the 10% plus an additional 40%. Mr. Davey used 50% a lot through his report, and no one's in the CCC now, haven't been since the middle of March. We still know that there's an ice pad in there. Well, I mean, the utilities are a big part of the overrun of the CCC, and the 50% reduction, we don't know when the CCC will be allowed to be open, but if we take March, April, May, June, who knows how much utilities. So I thought 50% was a better indicator and more realistic than a 10%, which didn't seem like an awful lot of reduction. That was my rationale.
Okay, either Mr. Davey or Director Huswick, do you have a comment to that before I go to a councillor?
Just need a seconder to put it on the floor, Your Worship.
Sorry, seconder for each one. Thank you, Councillor Darling.
Your Worship, I'd be happy to address that. The CCC must continue to be operated because of the sophisticated HVAC system. It's needed to continue to be heated. We continue to have staff in the facility each day to operate the plant and continue to do maintenance work and repairs. We cannot shut down both ice plants just because of the configuration of the mechanical system, because the integration between the heating and cooling systems is very complicated. So we've had one ice pad shut down for quite a number of weeks now, but another one is still operating. So lighting systems still have to be on in order for the staff to work within the facility. Obviously, we're keeping everything to a minimum. The facility is still identified as an emergency center. There could be future decisions about a cooling use of it for a cooling center or other issues as time unfolds. But we're not able to just shut it down. But we're certainly not spending any more on utilities than we have to, and we have very little control over those costs. So throughout the year, we'll find out what those reductions are, but trying to make a decision about utilities when it's not within our control is, we could pick a number, but we may not be accurate.
Okay, thank you for that. Deputy Mayor?
Appreciate your comments, Director Huswick. Can I ask then how the original 10% number was chosen then? If you have no control over anything over there.
Mr. Davey?
Yes, basically the thought process was that there's two lines there. There's the regular utilities expense line, and then there's the second line, which is a few years ago there was some retrofit work done to try and save energy, and that retrofit was being funded through an additional $50,000 levy each year to pay back the cost of that work. And so the rationale was we would skip a year of doing that payback, which was the 50,000. And then the 10% was more to take into account that through different reductions at the provincial level in terms of the rate system that they're charging to some of these big customers, to take into account that there would be some savings for that. So again, all we're really accomplishing if we reduce that line, because the utilities are going to be what the utilities are going to be, it's not that we can choose. It's not like a deferral that we can choose to, hire an employee later rather than sooner. So again, I'm not sure what we accomplished by reducing that line on the budget, and again, moving the difference to some sort of contingency line or something. So to me, that's not really, it's not really a discretionary line. Will there be some savings there? Obviously. And it's similar to the argument that Councillor Darling made about the lifeguards. If there's savings on that line as we move through the year, then it'll show up just as any other year if there's savings or overages. So.
The only comment I can make before I go to Councillor Beatty is please be aware under our emergency plan, we do have the CCC is our alternative if required by the health unit or another major service, for any work that has to be done in emergency care above and beyond. That center then would be open under a memorandum that we have with the emergency team. So please be aware of that. Councillor Beatty?
Thank you, Your Worship. Again, you took a similar thought. I genuinely, Deputy Mayor, appreciate you taking this initiative to find cost-saving measures for the municipality. But I feel that, yeah, this is another one where being presumptuous on making that cut, I'm hearing from the treasurer that it is the discretionary. I do think that there is a sense of control with our staff over our municipal assets and buildings, many variables. And again, I think about this as, it might not be the right analogy, but bear with me, the CCC is, say, our backup generator to the community, as the mayor articulated, with heaven forbid we need that space for emergency shelter because an apartment building burns down or a second wave rushes in and NHH doesn't have the capacity for additional essential medical services. I think we're talking about some things that we're cutting our legs out underneath us. And so I know I wouldn't sell off the backup generator of my house as a disaster preparedness tactic. And I don't know, I see the CCC as our community's backup generator. Again, I'm not an emergency planner, but that's the analogy that I'm using to rationalize my opinion.
Okay, any other comments? If not, I'll call the vote. All those in favor of the motion before us? All those against? Defeated? Mr. Larmer, if you go to the next point. Special events. Deputy Mayor, if you could just help me for clarification. I'm looking at the next motion under special events. And I guess I'll get a seconder, then I'll ask my question. So seconder, please. Put on the floor.
Can I get a point of order? We canceled all the events for the summer. So there is no events.
So that is correct, Councilor Barreau. If I can go to you, your point is well taken. And Tuesday's night meeting through a motion, I believe you put forward to council. We did cancel all the events, I believe, up to and including September 1st, if I'm correct. Therefore, those numbers would remain in a positive within our budget. What I mean by that is those numbers would not be allocated to the sources as identified because they have been canceled. So perhaps Deputy Mayor, you can help us with your thinking on this one just before I get a seconder, if you still wish it to be on the floor.
That was the rationale for putting it on here. We basically did cancel all events, but the budget line items were still here. So that's a simple moving forward from those events being canceled on Tuesday night. There's nothing being added. There's basically reducing those line items from the budget because they were not mentioned in Mr. Davies' report. He reduced Canada Day by 17,000, but the rest of the events, because this was done before Tuesday's meeting, I was merely following the special events reduction of 17,000 for Canada Day with the rest of the the events that were canceled on Tuesday night. That was the rationale.
Okay, so with that being stated, it sounds like Deputy Mayor wants the motion on the floor, therefore it requires a seconder. I appreciate your point of order, Councillor Barreau. Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Chorley, thank you. I saw Director Huswick.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to clarify for Council that obviously for any of the events that have been cancelled, whether it's Canada Day or Sandcastle, the bulk of those costs will be savings. However, staff are actively working on virtual campaigns for both Canada Day and Sandcastles in order to provide some level of community events for the community. So the Canada Day campaign is planned to be launched at the beginning of June and complete on Canada Day. And we're also working on a limited program for Sandcastles. So I think we're looking at a budget for Canada Day of about 10,000, and from that is a $5,000 federal grant that we received that would come out of that 10,000. If we don't do anything, I don't believe we would be receiving that grant. So we're looking at approximately $5,000, but we're still in the process of finalizing those types of campaigns. So I just caution that if all of the funds for the events are taken out, that eliminates our ability to move forward with those. And the same with the future motion there on tourism. Obviously, the bulk of tourism advertising has been cut. Our tourism marketing promotion budget was significantly cut this year by council in the 2020 budget. We also have included a very large sponsorship revenue generating side that really reduces the net savings to a minimal amount. But there are future expectations of limited campaigns to keep Cobourg on the map, but also to help local businesses in the recovery. We don't know what type of programming activities may be in the fall. So for example, our leisure guide is built into our budget. So if we eliminate all of that, we wouldn't even have the ability to produce that, even if the situation warrants it. So obviously we're doing our absolute best to keep all expenditures to an absolute minimum. But our ability to raise funds through sponsorship and advertising pretty much dried up too.
Well, Tourism Director Huswick, I believe, is on the list of items. We'll come to that, to your point. But thank you for reiterating and sharing with us the concern about the intent to do a virtual. So, Mr. Davey, I see your hand up, and then I'll go to Councillor Darling.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, that is true. What the director just indicated was the reason for leaving some money in that budget was to take into account that they are working on these virtual events. And secondly, there are significant sponsorship and revenues on the other side that would also have to come out that haven't been taken out of the budget as well. So that's why it's sort of considered a netting after taking out the items that were listed.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Darling?
Yes, thank you. I just a clarification. The movies in the park, was it $500 or should it be 5,000? I can't remember from budget. I just thought it was a lot more than 500.
It was, Councillor Darling. To Mr. Davies' point, I took out all the revenue generating. There was 5,500 in the budget and 5,000 in potential revenue. So I netted all of those items down to what the netted amounts would be. That's why that's 500.
Okay, thank you.
So back to you, Deputy Mayor, if I may, based on comments from Director Huswick about staff proposing to council the idea of a virtual for Canada Day in particular in Sandcastle. Do you wish your motion to stand by numbers, or do you wish to amend it in any way?
Well, not knowing what this virtual experience, sorry, I should be okay. Not knowing what the virtual experience looks like, yeah, I'll leave it the way it is.
Okay, thank you. Stands before us. Is there any other comment? Hearing none. Oh, sorry. I do look up in the corner, Councillor Chorley. Councillor Chorley.
Thank you, Mayor Henderson. I'm just wondering, perhaps a question to Mr. Davey or Mr. Hustwick. Would it be possible for council to receive a report about special events and plans to have some aspect of those special events online and what kind of budget impact that would have? I think that would be really good information to put into the public domain.
Director Hustwick, before I go to Councillor Beattie.
We'd be happy to bring forward a report. We'd have to look at timing and implications based on the council schedule and whether that would, obviously I'd have to talk to the CAO. I mean, I'd be happy to bring forward additional information.
Okay, good comment. Councillor Beattie.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I appreciate the question from Councillor Chorley. I think I was quick to interject because clearly the director is much more well positioned to provide comment than I am. And maybe if the director could just extend on what his statement, and again, this is just my interpretation, but I was really hoping that that's what the staff report or the staff analysis, that was part of the motion that council didn't carry this past regular council was going to include, was some of that innovative thinking or report or options on how we would be reimagining our community engagement and community offerings in a virtual world. Again, that was my interpretation of that motion from past regular council, but if the director could just extend on that, would that have been part of that analysis?
Director Huswick.
Well, I apologize if that was the understanding. I thought it was, obviously the report we brought forward was specific to community events and whether they were going to continue or not. So, but we can certainly prepare a report for the next committee of the whole to update on the virtual campaign.
So, I wasn't implying that. Oh, sorry, Your Worship. I wasn't implying that. Just thank you for clarifying. I wasn't. Thanks.
So back to Deputy Mayor, I guess my question is, Director Huswick has indicated he will do a report for council based on the virtual elements. Based on that, and that information would be most helpful going forward. Would you be willing to hold or withdraw your motion this time and wait to see that part of council accepts that portion or not? Or do you still wish it to stand?
No, Sure. I'm just trying to save a few dollars here, and obviously I'm not having much luck so far. So yes, I will. Again, I'd like to see, before we leave any money in the special events budget, what is going to come forward, and because it was not part of budget deliberations, obviously, because we wouldn't be here. So yes, I will withdraw that one as well.
Yes, and with the understanding that, and I appreciate,
Yes.
Treasurer Huswick, you'll bring forward your out-of-the-box thinking for virtual for significant events. Mr. Larmer, can I ask you to pull up the next section, please? The art gallery. Okay, a seconder, please. It's before us. It's art gallery. Seconder, Councillor Chorley. If I may, a question through you, Deputy Mayor, that I have, and I might need either from yourself or maybe Mr. Davey or Mr. Larmer. I know when we give money in the budget, it's an allocation of funds. I believe it was $10,000 or in that neighborhood, if my memory serves correctly. And then it then goes to the board, which is an independent board of the AGN, to determine how that money is spent. That's my understanding. And the only ones then who can determine, based on the budget being approved, is the board. But could I get some clarification on that procedure?
Certainly, Your Worship. In the budget papers that we have and that were approved, it clearly said that these two items were, I believe at the time, moved by Councillor Bureau specifically for these two items. And that was clarification from the budget that this council voted on and approved. And as 160th anniversary is deferred to 2021, and the 5,000 for the art gallery's 60th anniversary, who knows when we will reopen. It was 10,000 that was clearly indicated. So that's why I found that when I was going through my budget papers for the 10,000. That was my rationale. And to your point, yes, there is a board that governs the budget, but we're still working on an MOU with the art gallery that, obviously during these times we haven't been monitoring, but we should be hearing from them as to what they're doing with their funds. We are the main funder of the art gallery, and that 10,000 was specifically earmarked for those two events. And I think that council should have more of a say over that spending than the board, but I could be wrong. I'm just pointing it out because that was in our budget papers and clearly identified as such.
Okay. Because the only understanding I have, unless Councillor Barreau wants to correct me otherwise, is it's money that we did approve, it was passed, it's been sent off for their deliberation, and I guess their board has a right to decide how and that will be spent and report it back through our liaison coordinator, Councillor Barreau, to council. So that's how I see things playing out. But Councillor Barreau, do you have any comment on the motion before us? Did I do a seconder? Yes, Councillor Chorley. Thank you. Councillor Barreau?
I do appreciate this, and I do appreciate all the motions the Deputy Mayor has brought forth. She really did her homework and went through this, even though we're just on Schedule B. But so the Art Gallery Board does send its financials into council every quarter. That was part of the motion this year that we did approve it. A couple of things. I do want to hear what CAO Davey has to say about that, about your comment, Mr. Mayor. For once we give the money, is that, and set it in the budget, is that it? I do think it's kind of unfair, and a couple things, to lessen their budget, even though we're going through this unprecedented time. They've already planned it just like we did, and they're also losing revenue on a somewhat daily basis for donations coming in, people going to the gallery and giving donations, memberships. They're hurting just as much as everybody else. I think it's also, so we have to keep that in mind. But I do want to hear what CAO Davey has to say about that.
Okay, Mr. Davey.
Well, I think, Your Worship, through you, I think the, the issue of if there were funds that were specifically identified for events and those events are not going to happen, then I think it would be incumbent on the organization to come back to council with some kind of plan and say, this is, instead of those events, this is what we're doing. And then again, it's, it will be part of this MOU, the reporting back as to how they spend the money. And then I think that will definitely then would impact council on future decisions as to funding or not funding the organization. So I think the only difference this year from normal other funding years is the fact that there were these two specific items addressed in terms of how the total budget was arrived at.
Okay, thank you for that. Oh, sorry.
One of the other issues is that we're almost 6 months into the year of that. They're using, and I can say this because I sit on the board, they're using the other money that they normally would be budgeted for events and stuff like that, for promotions or video learning, e-learning. And like I said into my report on Monday, all the different things that they were doing to promote the library and to help educate people. Plus they are still working. They are doing partnering with charities. They're doing to promote different things for our community to help keep kids into the art and culture part. So, and I do understand, but we're only talking about $10,000. I think to cut $10,000 6 months through a budget for an organization that's coming out of a deficit, they are working towards, they are doing the right thing by coming out of that deficit. They are working in our community. I mean, to me, I think that's unfair to go onto a board who's already set the budget for a year and say, we're taking back 10,000.
Okay, thank you for your comment. Other questions? Councillor Darling?
Yes, just to confirm for Mr. Davey, they have had the $10,000 forwarded to them. Yes.
No, sorry, Your Worship.
Go ahead, Mr. Davey.
Yes, through you again to Councillor Darling. No, so what has happened to date with the art gallery is that again, without the actual MOU in place setting out when the money would flow, I have forwarded like a quarterly payment to them, 1 quarter only, around the end of March, I believe it was. So, what I could suggest is that before the next quarterly remittance goes, that I factor out the 10,000 for the time being, flow them the difference, and then at that, and as well, correspond with them and just ask them for their direction on what their intentions are if these two events are not taking place, and get, let them make a request of council or whatever, so that we're not flowing that money until such time as we know exactly what they're doing.
And
yes, thank you. That's my question, is that if we haven't forwarded the money and the events don't take place or they're deferred to the future, our donation to them, the 10,000, was under the impression that the events were going to take place. I guess they were supposed to take place this year, but if they're deferred till next year, are we still going to fund them? So I guess that's a question. I can't see taking the money from them if we've already given it, but if we have not given the money and they're not going to do the events, or the events are going to be deferred to next year, then we can look at it at that time. Thank you.
And just for council's information, that was reiterated in last council's meeting Tuesday night, that Mr. Davey is working with the AGN on the MOU. So that is ongoing and is to be completed. Any other questions? Seeing none, Councillor Barreau, last one before I call the vote. We've had lots of discussion.
And I do respect council's decision if they do take away the 10,000. I just want you guys to know that they've already budgeted for the year and they are allocating different funds to the public, or not to the public, but in creating events to the public and changing their way of doing business in order to still hub out our community. They really are doing this. I also think it's truly they're not getting any income coming in. So even though it's been closed for 2 months, we don't know how long they're going to be closed for. So if they're continuing the online education, online art, they're doing classes, they're doing partnering with local charities to help out. I think this would be cutting a service that is definitely needed for our community. And with art, we have everybody sequestered in their homes. It is a mental health thing as well. So if people are able to work on art projects at home through the direction of the art gallery, I think that's something we should really look at before you guys make your decision. Okay?
For your comment, I'm now going to call the vote. All those in favor of the motion? Against? Defeated? Mr. Larmer, can we go to the next one? Okay, it's before us under tourism, and on our page, I'll ask questions in a moment. Need a seconder. Seconder to put it on the floor. Thank you, Councillor Chorley. One question I do have, looking at my Schedule B, Deputy Mayor, the one I am looking at, maybe I'm not looking at the right column. I apologize. Says tourism reduced advertising minus 30,000. I think yours was well in excess of that. Am I looking at the right page in the right column?
Yes, you are, Mr. Worship, Mayor Henderson. The total budget for the year for tourism was 75,000, and the 30,000 suggested here would have brought it down to 45,000. And my rationale is, with this given year, we should not be marketing ourselves to anyone to come to our town with the potential of community spread and anything else. So that was the intention there. The 30,000 is what brings it down to 45 from the budget we approved in February.
Okay, I'll go to Councillor Beatty, then Mr. Davey, and then perhaps I'll allow Director Huswick to make comment as well. So Councillor Beatty.
Thank you, Your Worship. I actually have a question to the director, if I may. What would this impact, Mr. Huswick, have on the virtual campaign ideas? I believe it was just even last week or Community of the Whole. I apologize, weeks blur into one. I had the understanding that we had a fulsome discussion amongst council. My pulse on the conversation was many of us felt that investing in tourism advertising to send a positive we miss you but we'll see you later down the road message was to be invested in, and I know that you and your team in the communications department is working on that. If we were to take advertising away from that, what impact would that have on that strategy, that outbound external visitation communication? What would that have on your strategy?
Director Huswick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To Councillor Beatty. Well, I guess there's a couple points that need to be made. Firstly, as I suggested a few minutes ago, we have to look at our whole budget, including the revenue portion that is incorporated for advertising and sponsorship. And that is a significant part of our budget. So we have, over the last couple months, we've at a staff level have identified cost savings, I think in the range of, I think probably about $73,000. on the tourism side. But then you have to pull out of that the lost revenue. So we're looking right now at about a $30,000 savings. We're holding back a small amount in order to do that that marketing campaign to keep Cobourg sort of in the game. As council knows, and further to the last council meeting where the deputy mayor had asked for other options, we've put together a very limited campaign. We have a video that is already produced and ready to go. We were going to focus predominantly on social media so that the budget wasn't very high. The alternative is we produce another video that is more blunt and asking people not to come to town. The first video that we have is very professionally made. It's saying come when the time is right, but in the meantime, stay home, stay safe. We could produce another more obvious video and a much more active advertising campaign. So I think I've outlined some of those costs. Our current plans and our current projected savings would not accommodate a significant advertising budget. So we would need to change our plans in order to do that. As I also suggested, in order for us to play even a small role in the economic recovery of local businesses, we're setting aside some funds for a support local campaign. But again, these are all very minimal, and that's why we were projecting an overall $30,000 reduction. I'd have to take a closer look at the budget. If we were to reduce it by another 10 or 15,000, whatever the net change with this motion would be, we would probably be in the hole as opposed to a savings because of those lost revenue dollars. So, I mean, that would pretty much wipe us out of the game. And as I suggested, we wouldn't even have any ability in the fall to do any marketing for programming and things like that for the local community either.
Okay, thank you for your response. Mr. Davey?
Well, thank you, Your Worship. I was just going to add, just for clarification, is the motion to reduce the budget by the full 75,000? Is that what, or is it just to change the number that I have from 30 savings to 45 savings? Because there already has been expenditures here to date.
Okay, sorry, Deputy Mayor, could you respond to that, please?
I guess.
Yeah, can you hear me okay now?
Yeah.
Okay, the motion was to, I did not factor out the revenue offset of the remaining 45. So that was the motion to take the full 75 and with whatever the revenue offset would have been. So it was not just a bump up your 30 by 15.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. Any other?
In response then, Your Worship, so there has been expenditures to date of $11,500, which is already in that account. So we certainly can't take the 75 out. And again, then the ad revenue on the other side would have to come out as well. So again, you're not really, and again, council needs to recall that this budget was originally 100,000 at the start of budget deliberations and was reduced to 75 at that point. So.
Okay. Any other questions, clarification? Call the vote. All those in favor of the motion? Oh, sorry, Councillor Charlie. Somehow you keep moving your spots on the screen. I apologize.
Sorry, Mayor Henderson. If I could move my screen so I'm front and center, I would, but I don't have control on where I land on your screen.
Oh,
but
okay.
My question was to Director Hustwig. You've mentioned that you don't have enough in the budget to make an impactful advertising campaign saying now is not the time to visit Cobourg. So I just wanted, I might have missed this point, but will there be an Experience Cobourg brochure put together for this year? So what exactly will the 45,000 that's left in your budget be spent on? You said a small amount will be used to keep Cobourg's tourism profile. How much is a small amount? And what can you do to keep our profile up when you've said you don't have a big enough budget to really convey the message that visitors shouldn't come to our beach right now?
Director Huswick.
So first of all, the budget's 75 with a $35,000 offset for revenue. So our total budget for all marketing promotion is a net of 40,000. So we've already cut a lot of that in terms of we don't intend to spend it. So we do not intend to develop an experience guide this year, which is our main marketing piece. So what I had now, we are looking at spending a small amount in order to get the video that we've produced out. I think what I had suggested was, in order for us to have any even minimal impact on tourists' preferences and decisions to visit Cobourg, we would need to spend a huge amount of money on a whole bunch of different platforms, even to have the slightest impact. And we didn't intend to do that, but if council wants to do that, then we would need to spend certainly everything that we have left and probably a lot more. So I don't have the exact numbers for every aspect, but we're trying to save about $30,000 net. But again, I'd have to get into the weeds of that. As the CEO said, we've already spent 11,000, and we're not expecting to spend a lot more. But there are other decisions within the tourism within the marketing and events department for the fall, for the leisure guide and things like that, that we may or may not even be in a position to do. So all I can say is I can assure council that we are not spending anything that we don't feel is necessary, but we are trying to put a program together with a minimal budget to help the local businesses and local economy.
I go to Councillor Chorley for a subsequent question, then to Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, just to follow up on that point, sometimes I find it helpful to compare budget lines to other budget lines to help decide a priority. Earlier, and I know we'll discuss this later, Councillor Bureau suggested that we ensure there's free parking in the downtown at an estimated revenue loss of $49,000. When I look at this budget line at $45,000 left for advertising tourism, if I had to choose between them, I think it would be a bigger help to give downtown businesses free parking than for us to be putting out advertisements saying tourists should maybe come to Cobourg at some point in the future. Also, when I think about the proposed motion for providing additional funds to the food bank, if I had to weigh between that and the $45,000 for tourism advertising, it's a no-brainer. It would be, for me, the food bank. So I just wanted to make that point, as we've got those other issues to consider. But if it's possible, it would be really helpful if Director Hustwit could add some more information about tourism advertising to that report regarding special events. I think it would be helpful, again, for this information to be in the public domain so we can understand how that $45,000 is going to be spent in such an unorthodox year where we really don't want to encourage people to engage in tourism.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Other questions of Deputy Mayor? Sorry.
I just checked the budget papers, Your Worship, and when Mr. Davies indicated that 11,500 had already been spent, the 44,000 net in the tourism budget. I think I'm reading that right. Oh, I guess that was total. There's very little left in the tourism budget as it is. I think yeah.
Other than the 30,000.
Other than the 30,000. So if I take the net budget from the entire division at 44.5 and take away the 30,000 and take away the 11,500, which I didn't know about when I put this on the floor, it leaves a whopping $3,000. So knock yourself out, Mr. Huswick, and see what you can do for $3,000. But I will withdraw that motion because there's no way there's 45,000 there to begin with. I did not know about the 11.5. So you got $3,000, Mr. Huswick. So we'll see what you can do with that.
So you are withdrawing, Deputy?
I am. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Larmer, next.
That's the last one.
So if I can just speak to this one, Your Worship.
By all means.
So this particular motion was pulled out from the budget during the budget meeting, almost exact for it, and it was already defeated, and I can pull up the minutes from that agenda. So this motion would have to be reconsidered because it was already voted on as a substantive motion from the budget meeting on January 9th. If a member would like to still consider this or bring forward it, there's a couple things. It requires 2/3 vote for motion to reconsider, and also you have to be on the prevailing side to bring that forward as well. There is a 6-month rule where we're within the 5th month, so this can still be reconsidered from that. The only other option would be council suspend the rules of procedures to deal with it and waive the requirement for the 2/3 of the motion to reconsider. So that's just for information for council. So before this would ever have to be on the floor, it's got to be reconsidered.
So perhaps would you consider, Deputy Mayor, because you still have other schedules to go through, if you that will leave with another
yes
to bring forward.
Thank you, Mr. Larmer. Yes, thank you, Mr. Larmer. I will remove that one as well. Basically, the motion that you put forward just a few minutes ago said that this will be brought forward till after the organizational review, which I expect will not be happening until the end of the year because we have to wait for the service delivery. So chances are that this position will not be filled until 2021. So I will remove that. Thank you. I didn't save us much money, but we had a good chat. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm still cognizant of time, Councillor Beatty, so I am watching my watch. Based on that, we're now being taken to Schedule C, which is before you. If there are any questions of clarification, I see Councillor Chorley.
Thank you, Mayor Henderson. I did have a question on Schedule B, if that's okay, before we move on to Schedule C.
If I may, and I also need a seconder for that. So yes, I'll allow. Yes, go ahead.
The question was regarding the line horticulture and downtown beautification baskets, where there's a savings of $15,000. Just for the benefit of the public who might be listening, it would be great to get an explanation of why downtown hanging baskets will not be proceeding, where the cost savings will be, what's going to happen to the plants that were grown in the greenhouse, the town's greenhouses for that project, how they will be reallocated, if at all. And also I had a question about whether the town greenhouses will be closed for the rest of the season, or will they proceed with producing their poinsettia crop?
Director Housewick.
Your Worship, to Council. So over the last 2 or 3 months, senior management has been engaged in many discussions, as I'm sure you can imagine, in terms of doing scenario planning and trying to predict how this pandemic was going to unfold. We also have spent a great deal of effort and thought trying to limit expenditures, recognizing that the situation was serious and grave in many different ways. And so in terms of trying to limit the number of staff, recognizing that we were going to try to defer the hiring of students as long as possible, we had to look at what we were capable of doing within our existing full-time complement. And as I think the CAO explained earlier, the full-time complement has certainly been reassigned in many respects. A lot of staff have been moved into other positions to help other departments manage with those daily responsibilities. So a number of weeks ago, we had to make the decision on whether we were going to continue to plant the remainder of our product at the greenhouse. But we had to look at the whole flow of responsibilities of that. So if you grow them, then we might have to then make the decision of discarding those products, which is a waste. If we were going to plant them, then we had to have the capacity in order to plant them, in order to water them on a daily basis. And we had to do all of that within the social distancing requirements. We have one person per vehicle. There are many different factors that go into planning our workload. So the decision was that we, at a certain point, that we were not going to plant anymore. I think we planted probably about 50% of our product. We held back on the rest. We still had already purchased, a lot of the seeds that can be reused, but we already paid for pots and other materials. Much of it we can reuse next year. But we had to make the decision that hanging baskets in the downtown was going to be an enormous maintenance issue with the daily waterings. So that was without having students. I mean, we have a very small parks department. We rely heavily on students. My division alone has not hired 46 summer students to date, which is a large percentage of the whole division's staffing complement. So hanging baskets were cut. The floral clock, which requires an enormous amount of effort and time and multiple individuals to plant, that was also decided was not feasible, and that was reduced. So the plants that were produced will be planted in various locations, including downtown flower boxes and elsewhere. And we're just trying to keep up at this point, because the grass is growing, the weeds are growing, and we don't have any of our summer students. So we have a small staff, along with some reassigned staff that are just trying to maintain basic operations.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. Does that suffice in terms of comments, Councillor Chorley?
Just to follow up, could you explain which floral displays will go ahead this year? It's my understanding that the planters along King Street will proceed and plantings around Victoria Hall. Just for the sake of the public, could you provide some clarification? We understand there will be no hanging baskets and no flower clock, but will all of the other floral elements proceed? And do you know at this stage whether the hundreds of poinsettias that the greenhouse produces, will that crop proceed? I imagine ordering will need to take place for that very shortly.
Director Haswick?
Well, I can provide the specifics after. I don't have every location at my fingertips, and we haven't even started thinking about poinsettias at this point, but I can certainly get that information after the meeting.
Okay, thank you for supplying that and those details. I'd like to proceed based on timing and adequate discussion to Schedule C before you. Mr. Larmer, remind me, do I need a seconder to open up Schedule C? No, thank you. Again, I'm looking at my time. Are there any comments, clarification on anything on Schedule C? Deputy Mayor?
Just a comment, perhaps for our next update, that we look at how many proposed conferences that staff and council would have been attending, how many have actually proceeded to virtual. And I know that AMO has, but I have asked Tony to remove my registration from that. And the OSAM conference, for example, that I did sign up for, got canceled completely. There's no virtual. So if we could have a report from Mr. Davey or someone, say in 2 months' time, to see how many staff members have actually gone to conferences virtually, because I'm guessing that'll be the only way that they will be. We can have an update on that. That would be appreciated. Thank you.
And just so you know, Deputy Mayor, I did put out through Ms. Gallia to get in touch with all members of council just to get an update where we are in council's intention. Even though AMO has indicated virtual meetings, my point's quite clear. If there's a strong interest from members of council, I'm certainly going to support that. But I asked Ms. Gallia to do an overview of council, so I too had a reading on the interest within council. So we can bring that information back to you as well. Mr. Davey?
Thank you, Your Worship. I was just going to add a point that I made very near the start of today's presentation, was the fact that, again, the overriding theme here is to not change anything dramatically that was approved by council. So all these attendances at conferences, conventions were all approved by council in the original budget. And as I think I also indicated, this year more than ever, it might be more important for staff and council to attend these conferences just to hear what other municipalities are doing and how they're dealing with this situation. So that's why there was no intention on the part of this schedule to discourage someone from attending a conference or a convention if it can be held virtually. It was just the mere fact that typically, and again, another assumption, but typically it's about 50% of the overall cost goes towards travel, accommodation, and meals. So that was the rationale. It wasn't to preclude anyone from attending a conference or a convention if they're able to proceed virtually. It was just to reflect that the cost of those attendances should be drastically reduced. If staff or council choose to not attend the conferences or conventions, then again, that would be more money to the good sort of thing. But this was a conservative estimate, assuming that everyone does carry on with their plans for attendance, and we just save on the travel, accommodation, and meals.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Davey. Director Husbeck?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to add, I believe this schedule also includes training of staff, and there's a lot of staff that require annual certification training, as well as other health and safety training. I know at least one organization, one association has deferred or extended the time period beyond a year because of COVID to allow people requiring that annual certification to potentially take it next year. But those are things that we're assessing as we go through this year.
Well, I'm hoping that might also be identified maybe on Schedule F, where it says Health and Safety Facility. I'll ask Mr. Davey if the training's included in that component or not. Thank you for that. Moving on, I don't see any further questions. If we go to Schedule E, I believe Mr. Davey has already initially spoken to the transfers and the rationale regarding the vehicle replacement. Are there any further questions on Schedule E? Councillor Chorley?
Thank you, Mayor Henderson. My comment is that I appreciate that Mr. Davey has brought this forward, brought it to our attention that this is an option for us as a municipality. But my preference would be not to reduce reserves in this way as a first option. For me, this would be more of a last resort. I don't see any real savings in this approach. It's not a real reduction in expenses. It's simply kicking the can down the road. And when we talk about the capital budget, when I look at the final page of Schedule G, and it's a summary of where the funding comes from for our capital projects, the number one source is reserves. Out of $8.8 million in capital projects this year, $3.9 million comes from our reserves. Now, as we reduce our reserves in future years, we won't be able to draw so much. We will see some of that shift towards the tax levy. So I think there are other things that we should do before having to resort to this. Maybe if we weren't to reduce this by 50%, maybe only 25%, it would be a better first step. And only as the year proceeds, if we really need to reduce our reserves, then maybe take that approach. That's just my opinion. I'm very open to what other members of council think.
Mr. Davey?
Yes, I was just going to reiterate again, I think comments again that I made in my earlier presentation. There's no money in reserves that hasn't come from the tax levy. So it's either a previous tax levy or a future tax levy. That's the only way money get into reserves. So the approach that I've heard from some municipalities as to how they're dealing with these extra expenditures or lost revenue is to actually go to already existing reserves and draw money out of those reserves. What this approach is saying is, instead of taking that approach, this is just saying, let's slow down the contributions that we are making to the reserves from this year. And I agree that's somewhat kicking the can down the road, in that in future years we may have to go and pick that back up again. But on the other hand, in future years, hopefully we're not dealing with a pandemic, and hopefully we're in a better position to do that. So the way I equate this is that instead of going to our bank account and taking money out of our savings account to try and make current expenditures, all this is really doing is saying, let's slow down the amount of money that we're saving this year or putting into our savings account by not contributing the full amount that we otherwise realize we should. And secondly, I fully agree that the advantage to this particular item is that we would make no adjustments to it at all right now. This is just providing council with an option that this is something that as we get very close to year end, we could say, let's put, we've done better than we projected, so let's fully meet our obligation for a transfer to reserve. Or we could say, let's only put 25% in, or 50% or 75%. So the advantage of this particular item is that it does defer that possibility until we do have more information and we are further towards year end before we have to actually make that decision. So it's completely optional and wide open. And I certainly, again, would not suggest that there's a motion or anything passed today approving the reduction of the transfer to reserves to 50%. Again, it's just an option going forward, or something to be available in our back pocket, so to speak.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. Any other comments? No motion. Therefore, I'd like to proceed to Schedule F under Health and Safety Facility Improvements. The one question I may have for you, Mr. Davey, expressed from Director Huswick, I see it says facility improvements, and that's very clear, but does this in any way include the training that might have to be incorporated because of COVID-19?
What I would say to this particular item is that, and again, this is a real estimate, obviously, at this point. It's clearly they're all very round numbers, not a lot of precision at this point. But we do know, for instance, if you've been in Victoria Hall, you can see that we've started the process of installing plexiglass at all of our front counters to be able to, in the anticipation that at some point when we start to invite the public back into our buildings, that both our staff and the public will have this plexiglass protecting them, as we've seen in many of the retail facilities around town. So those type of things, again, we know, and again, just purely estimates on my part to say that some of the facilities are bigger and have more areas. For instance, I don't even have a suggestion at this point, and I don't know whether Mr. Huswick does, but as to what level of protection or how this will be implemented at the CCC when we get to that point. So again, this is just an extreme estimate, if you will, of what might be required in terms of moving staff, say desks further apart, plexiglass, that sort of thing. I think when it comes to the idea of training, that was sort of part of the other item when I talked about like protective equipment and cleaning and that sort of thing. I think that's where I don't anticipate a lot of cost to that training. I think it'll be more just reminding staff and sort of drilling home to staff, you know, all the social distancing, the physical distancing, the areas within our buildings that we refer to as hot spots, like places where places that get touched a lot, like photocopiers and doorknobs and counters and that sort of thing. So I don't think there'll be a tremendous amount of cost in training to do with COVID-19. But this particular line item was just somehow to recognize, again, at this point, an estimate that obviously there will be some facility changes that'll be required. So I think to just go through the budget and highlight areas of savings or expenditure reductions and not also take into account that obviously we're going to have some expenditures along the way as well. That was the point. And again, a month from now, 2 months from now, we'll have a lot better information. The other thing that we're trying to do is we don't want to do this haphazardly or in a flippant way. We want whatever protective measures we put in place, we're making the assumption that they're going to be there forever. Like this is going to be the new way of doing business. So we want them to be done properly and in a way that will last and stand up to time and be appropriate for the buildings that they're in. So.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other comment? If not, I would like to proceed back to the original motion. I'm cognizant of time. The first motion before us was Councillor Beatty, because I'm watching our time to her time schedule. I'd ask that we deal with both motions, and then we can go back to Schedule G for comment. Could I ask, does anybody need, I know it's been some time, we've been at this for a while. Does anybody need the motion reread at all from Councillor Beatty? I think it was quite clear, but Councillor Beatty, could I ask you to pull up, or the clerk to pull it up once more, please? It's already been moved and seconded. The only question I had, Councillor Beatty, you indicated a stewardship report, which I support of, detailing the contributions, but I'm just wondering, would you consider an early date? Because I think council would like to know the results of that earlier before we get into the next round of 2021 budget. I'm just wondering, would you consider a slightly earlier date, or is that based on some information I'm not aware of?
Sure, Your Worship. I mean, any date is fine. The stewardship, obviously, being a small accountability report back to council and the public, similarly to what was requested of the emergency support that we gave to Greenwood Coalition and that collective for their daytime project. My only rationale really for the end of the year is keeping in mind that the original request from the Fair Share Food Bank was to help them get through the year. So if we push up the deadline with for a report back, then we're essentially telling the organization you have to spend this money by this date as well. And so I think typically from a grant making point of view with nonprofits, these resiliency gifts are received and spent as the inventory is needed, especially because these earmarked funds are to support the non-food hamper items, so to keep their inventory of milk and bread and meat, etc. So I'm happy with either date. I'm worried about too short of a time. Might not necessarily. My intention with this is to support the long-term game throughout the year for this, hence December 31st, and to give the full trust to the organization to report back at the end of the year as to how their $7,000 was spent in their overall inventory of feeding their neighbors.
I appreciate your explanation. Thank you for that. Is there any other comment, clarification? Councillor Chorley?
I was just wondering, how will this be reflected in the budget? Perhaps Mr. Davey could just explain that. As he's emphasized, we've set the budget already. Would this come out of the $75,000 contingency that you've estimated? How will this work?
Mr. Davey, wherever you are. I don't see him on the screen at this point, but I'm sure he's nearby. Mr. Larmer, do you know if Mr. Davies there? Or...
Right here.
Thank you.
All right.
Hear the question, Mr. Davey?
No.
Okay, Councillor Chorley, please repeat.
My question was regarding the proposed $7,000 to the food bank. I just wanted to understand how this would be reflected in the budget. Would it be coming out of the $75,000 contingency you've estimated, or how would this work exactly?
Mr. Dave?
Yes, Your Worship, through you to the councillor, would be an unbudgeted expenditure of $7,000. And yeah, at the end of the year, it would form either part of our year-end surplus or deficit. But if it's approved by council today, then that's where it would show up.
Okay. Other questions, clarification? Seeing none, I'm going to call the vote. All those in favor of the motion? Against? Carried. I'd like to now proceed to Councillor Barrot's motion. It's quite lengthy. Does anybody wish it to be read or read once more? Because in summary, I believe Councillor Barrot was asking for council's consideration to void parking in the DBIA area from, I made my notes here, from the continuation of June through to August 31st. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yep.
Councillor Chorley?
I was a little bit confused by Director Wills and Mr. Davies' response to my questions about parking. Could Director Wills just clarify, will waterfront parking lots remain free of charge through the summer? Is that the intention? Because I know you mentioned in your response that you were concerned about the risk to staff in removing the change from the meters and the spread of the virus through the public touching meters. And also for the downtown, was the intention to keep those meters free for the rest of the season? I just wanted to clarify.
Director Wills?
Sure, through you to Councillor Chorley. That's at this point, my understanding is we are remaining status quo until we have better understanding of what is happening with the pandemic, not just a risk to staff, but a risk to the public, of course, to be touching the pay and display machines and touching the meters that can't be regularly cleaned. Not unlike the benches in our parks, our playground equipment that's not being cleaned. The same sort of thing applies. Our transit machines exchanging the change. So yes, at this point, there hasn't been a consideration of re-implementing fares for parking yet. It is up to council, but just as far as my opinion, and I think maybe health and safety perspective is, it's a pretty difficult thing to put back in place when it involves a lot of interaction, physical interaction between members of the public and, of course, staff.
Okay, and if I can go, Mr. Larmer. Mr. Larmer, I believe, if my memory serves me correctly, we had a motion before about parking to, was it May 29th?
Yeah. So yeah, the current motion that council passed was to provide parking free on all meters and pay displays until June 1st of 2020. So something would have had to come back on June 1st as well regarding this item.
Right. So to Councillor Barrot's point, we're either going to have to discuss as council for June 1st, obviously, or we discuss it per his motion today. Are we willing to accept? the recommendation of extension at this point to August 31st. So that's really what is on the floor. Mr. Davey?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, the only rationale for why the report that just went to council on Tuesday this week to extend to the end of May was obviously the fact that we're already well into May. And secondly, it's going to be another one of those difficult decisions for council as far as parking around the waterfront, because again, if we're trying to send a message to discourage people from being down there, do we want to say that there's free parking down there? So that's one of the few areas where we do make revenue. So that's why there's been nothing decided at this point past that 1st of June date.
And just for my own clarification and the rest of council, Councilor Barreau, I believe with your request to just have the free parking within the DB, what I would call defined by the DBIA core as by, sorry, I apologize for the wording. I know the DBIA has a very designated area specifically, and is it that area that you're asking for?
Correct. It's just the downtown borders.
I'm sorry?
The parking. It's just the parking in the downtown border, not the marina, not anywhere else, just the downtown.
But DBIA has a defined by law, a defined area. So you'd be asking for free parking within that DBIA defined area per the act.
Correct.
Thank you. Any other questions or clarification? Councilor Darling?
Yes, just by saying the DBIA down defined area, is that the parking lot on Covered Street too? On Councilor Barreau's presentation, it was so people could park in front of the stores and have direct access for pickup. So to me, that means King Street and Division Street, but not behind the stores. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes, it is behind. It would be also Covered Street and Albert Street parking lot.
There's quite an area. If you look at the DBIA defined area by DBIA, it's quite extensive. I wish I can tell you it's a nice square box, rectangle, which it is not. It's very convoluted, but it takes in a large area. So I just want to be clear that it would reinforce any free parking within the defined DBIA Act.
If I can also follow up on that, the Covered Street parking lot and Albert Street parking lot is also 2 hours free parking as it is. So it would, but it does include those as well.
Okay. Any other questions? Clarification? Councilor Chorley?
I just want to make sure I understand the full impact. When Councillor Bureau suggested that the amount of revenue we are forfeiting is around $49,000, does that also account for tickets or fines from by law enforcement? Perhaps Mr. Larmer could clarify, or would that be additional revenue that we would be forfeiting?
Councillor Barreau or Mr. Larmer?
Your worship, to members of council. So I'm not sure how that number got calculated, whether Ian or whether the treasurer interpreted the fines collected as well during that section. Maybe not, but it's hard to actually get a real number for that, because when you issue a ticket, it can take almost 2 years to recover, if any, these collections on these fines, because they have the right to go to court. So very up in the air. So really we get the final number at the year regarding what revenue is resulted in said fines. That gets kind of put in by the treasurer or finance after the year. And actually we probably collect a lot of them after the fact as well, from year to year, of parking tickets that might have been issued in 2014, right? So that's something. But I can give numbers of how much issued tickets, and I think I provided the deputy mayor. I don't have the numbers right now, but in the summer season, it is higher during the months of between May and September. And individuals also, they park up here and they walk down to the beach area. We know very accurately that that parking in Cobourg during the summer months is very high. It's most revenue that gets generated during those times, and And just to speak a little bit farther on our waterfront operations, with the interim CAO mentioned, is that there's a lot of factors, and it will be a difficult decision for the council because, you know, free parking means more people at the beach will be coming to do this. But also then we'd have to have more, we have to have our, bylaw enforcement officers and our students down there that we had proven about to collect all this stuff and make sure the paper's in there. So there's a lot of factors that involved in that. But additionally, it's the set fines too under the bylaw that are relatively not that much. So sometimes we still have the thought from people coming down from Toronto that they'd be happy to pay a $35 fine if they're down there as well too, then pay the $2 rate for an hour from 8 till 4, or sorry, 8 till, I think we do it till 6 at night. So there's a number of different factors that will result in this June 1st decision from council regarding the beach areas.
And Mr. Davey, I see your hand.
Yes, Your Worship. A couple other things to consider. First of all, there is considerable transfer from the parking budget to parks and the marina for their share, if you will, of the parking revenue that's generated down there. So it's not just the parking budget that would be impacted. The other thing to account for is that the parking, again, is a closed loop, if you will, in that whatever profit is generated or remains from parking at the end of the year goes into the parking reserve. So again, any reductions in parking revenues will ultimately not necessarily impact the current year's budget as much as it will impact, again, how much we're able to put into reserve. So it's not that it's saving off the tax levy, other than those transfers are to the other departments. The figure that I used for the reduction in revenue was basically the 50% of the total revenue. So downtown, waterfront, tickets, and parking passes. So all that revenue in our budget was $687,000. So.
Okay, thank you for that explanation, both Mr. Larmer and Mr. Davey. Any other comment, Councillor Darling?
Yes, as Councillor Bureau alluded to, that Albert Street and the Covered Street parking lot is 2 hours free parking now. Obviously, that seems to work for most people in regard to shopping downtown. I just have a problem that if we do implement parking back as of July 1st, say, that we got all of July and August. Well, if people are coming to town, they're going to park in Albert Street where it's free rather than park, a block south in the marina where they've got to pay. So if we don't have the parking there, I think we could be, providing a lot of free parking for out-of-towners. So I'm just wondering if Councillor Beer would be open to that if we do change our parking as of the June 1st meeting, or it comes back in July, say, or the middle of August, that the Albert Street lot, being very close to the waterfront, would be removed as free parking and put back to the 2 hours. We could look at a change at that time, but just a suggestion.
If at that time, sure. And I do know that that we do need to do something. And as per Director Wills was saying, the safety aspect of the bylaw officers as well, and our residents, and even our out-of-towners putting in money in the meters. It is a safety issue. I don't see the social distancing thing leaving anytime soon, or anything like that. So it's also a safety factor. And I do get the revenue, and we are a tourist town, so I do understand the fact that everything goes up in the summer, whether it be revenues or people or cars or parking. Like I do get that. But this isn't normal. We're not in a normal situation. And so I do understand that.
Okay, thank you. I believe we've had excellent discussion both prior and at this moment, so I'm going to call the vote to Mr. Larmer.
I just want to make it very clear that our bylaw officers are still collecting money The only way to stop people from putting the money in there is taking away the meters. They're still filling them. We have good citizens of Cobourg and other people come in and are still feeding these meters as well. So it's still going to be something we have to do every 2 weeks now, maybe rather not every week. But we still do collect this money because there is people that do it. Just additionally, council this year and previous year did approve the electronic payment of these parking meters downtown through Honk Mobile, which we invested in the software for that, not just at uptown, but also at the beach area, as well as we do have some abilities to purchase online passes online as well too. So it just could be a different way of promoting this, as well as educating the public on how to pay for parking if they had to. So just want to provide that.
Okay, thank you for that update as well, where we might be going. I'm going to call the vote. All those in favor of the motion? Against? Carried. And Councillor B, I hope I was respectful of your time. My watch says 4 p.m., so thank you. I am going to request council perhaps a 2 or 3 minute recess with the seconder. If someone will put that on the floor, I know I have to use the other facilities. Maybe you do too. And I saw a hand somewhere. Councillor Burrow, seconder for that. Councillor Beattie, all in favor? And we'll come back in roughly 3 minutes and start with Schedule G. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Good luck. Bye-bye.
Mr. Larmer, can you hear me?
Yep, we're still live too. Just let you know.
I know we're going through Schedule G, but I guess out of fairness to council, I should ask if there's any discussion to be held in closed session.
I would wait till after you get to that section. So deal with all G and then get to D. D can be open, but if it's about personnel, they'll have to go to close. Yep.
Yeah, but should I at least be asking before we adjourn if anybody wishes to do that?
Yeah, so you still have G left, and then you have D. And then if they want to talk about personnel, you have to go into close.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Yep. Members of council, if you're members of the public, if you're watching, we're just on a brief recess. We should return shortly, just to let you all know.
did everybody leave, or where did they're not coming back, or what?
Must be on Newfoundland time.
Must be. There's one.
I'm here. I'm just waiting for everyone else.
There they go. The flock has returned.
Adam had time for his smoke, so he's okay. Yeah.
We just got to say we're good to go, and
Yep.
let's go.
Yep.
3 minutes.
Well, we've got quorum. We can go.
Yeah. I do have a question. Till June 1st when we talk about the beach.
Just we're still live. We're still in the council meeting. We'll have to
wait.
Okay, I will.
waiting for one more, Your Worship. We'll have 6, not 7.
Are you there, Councillor Burkett? Just being shy. I was glad to see Lori come back there. I thought maybe all my directors had jumped ship or something when they had the chance. Just kept going, but there's another.
I'm still here.
there.
All right, we do have certainly members of council, and I'm sure others who we have questions directed, they'll all be back short order. So again, we're going to schedule G, opening the floor. Thank you. Mr. Larver, do I have to do openness again with a mover and seconder because I had a recess, or is that just understood?
You just proceed. We're back.
Okay, thank you. Schedule G, any clarification, members of council? Mr. Davey?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just by way of clarification, this schedule obviously is a very high level, not a lot of detail provided here. If there are any specific questions, I know the directors were all very forthcoming in giving me the details behind the projects and the status of them. So if there's any comments that I have under that project status column that you need further clarification on, one of us can certainly address those.
Okay, thank you. Starting with Deputy Mayor.
You okay?
Yes, you can be heard loud and clear.
I've been having trouble with my internet connection, so I will proceed. If I zone out, just let me know, one of you. Just a quick question for Mr. Davey. On your project status column, when you say deferral to 2021, can I go ahead and document that in my budget papers as something that will go ahead, or is that just a suggestion?
Mr. Davey?
Yes, thank you. You know, I think, again, those are more or less comments by staff, and I think some of them I maybe said possible deferral, and probably that would have been the better choice of terminology. So these projects are all approved in the 2020 budget, and with any capital projects, a lot of times the capital projects do not get completed 100% in the year that they're budgeted anyway. So there's certainly some that could quite possibly be deferred to 2021. But again, those are just more or less staff suggestions. I think if council wants to say, no, we want that to proceed, get on with it, then obviously that would be the direction of council.
Okay. Councillor Chorley and then Councillor Darling.
I appreciate Mr. Davies' suggestions. For me, all of the capital projects that are marked deferred to 2021, as well as all of the projects that are marked potential deferral, all of those should indeed be deferred until the 2021 budget. And I'm happy to put a motion on the floor to say that.
I would just ask for 30 seconds, Councillor Chorley, for me to look at my list again. Thank you. Deferred potential. Okay, the motion, seconder to Councillor Chorley's motion. Councillor Barreau, any discussion based on two comments, both in listening to Councillor Chorley, she indicated both those that have deferral as well as the wording potential deferral. Are there any comments to any of those so listed? Councillor Darling?
Yes, just to confirm, I have 12 items listed. Is that what Councillor is referring to?
I'll just need to go through and count them.
I think so.
There's also wording that says possible deferral. I'd like those included as well.
I have 12 as well, Councillor Darling.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that I got it's the right list.
Well, again, I had 13, so.
13?
See, well, I don't know. We'll make sure we agree with the number.
There's one that says deferred to 2021, which was the under Parks and Rec, the public washroom design that I failed to highlight. So if you're just counting the yellow highlighted ones, you get 12. If you include that one, it's 13.
Where
Okay.
It'd be on page 3 of 4. The last project.
Oh, okay.
For $20,000. I didn't highlight that.
I see it. Okay.
Worship,
But I wanted to confirm.
Your Worship, may be beneficial for the mover to just state all of the ones for the public as part of the motion.
I think so.
Councillor Chorley, I'll take that back to you since it was your motion.
Sure, I can certainly do that. Okay, so the motion would be to defer. I'm just going to go through page by page. On page 1,
okay.
Wayfinding signage.
Thank you.
On page 2, sidewalks. Bridge and culvert improvements. Oh, I missed Terry Fox Stormwater Management Pond Rehab. The storage building. reversible vibrating compactor, and on page 3, park service vehicle, the F-350 crew cab, play space equipment, the Cooey Park development, water bottle filling stations, public washroom design, and CCC street sign replacement. And I believe that's all of them. Was that 13?
Okay, and with that being stated, the only question I have for members of directors, are there any major concerns with any of those that are so listed, of those 13 items? Director Wills?
Thank you. I just want clarification that for these projects that have engineering and planning involved in some of the fees, if we can proceed at least with finishing that portion of the project so that they are ready to go to construction in 2021 as per the approved budget for this year, and that we can actually progress to a tendering state for the fall of 2020 that we're prepared in 2021 to go to construction.
So could you just repeat for me what page and what item, please, for clarity purposes?
Sure. My projects would be sidewalks, Terry Fox stormwater management pond, bridge and culvert improvements, and the storage building.
Okay. Councillor Charlie, back to you because it was your motion.
I appreciate the request. It would be helpful to know how much has been sent, if any money has been spent towards these projects so far. But my concern is that if we authorize some initial spending, it will limit our flexibility in case we need to cancel any of these projects completely next year.
Okay, Director Wills.
Fortunately, I would have to check to see how much has been spent as far as and what requires a little bit more spending. Most of them are ongoing. I know for sidewalks, we would need approximately $50,000. So it would actually be only 150 that would be deferred until 2021. Terry Fox Pond is nearly completed. There would be a small, very thousands of dollars, a few thousands of dollars to retender it in the fall using a consultant for helping us out there. And then the bridge and culvert improvements, also very small, less than 10,000, I would imagine, to finish that one off.
Okay, thank you for noting that. Were you able to get that, Councillor Charlie? And then I'll go to Mr. Davey.
Sorry, I just missed Terry Fox Stormwater Management Pond Rehab. Could you just repeat the information for that line, please?
So Terry Fox Pond was already tendered and we canceled it because it was over budget this year. So it'll be less than $5,000 to retender in case we need some support from our consultant to retender in the fall.
Mr. Davey?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. So just for my clarification then, so what these projects are staying in the capital budget as approved, but there won't be any additional spending over and above what has to be to finish up the engineering or whatever. The spending would be deferred, or the actual commitment to carry on with the project would be deferred pending coming back to council at some point in time, either as part of the 2021 budget, or again, or later on in 2020 if conditions warrant. So it's not that the approval, because obviously council at some point deemed these projects worthy and approved them in the capital budget. We're just saying, for safety's sake, let's not make a commitment to doing them this year, and let's give the message to staff to basically that it's okay to not proceed with them at this time until we have a better feeling about where we're at.
And Councillor Chorley, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Davey. I think that's a good summary of my intention with the motion. I think for some of the projects that we're going to discuss today, it could be that the situation has changed. They are no longer a priority. They might not go forward at all, even next year. But I think we can adjust the motion given what Director Wills has said, that work has already started on a few of these projects. So bridge and culvert improvements, Director Wills, I understand you said that less than $10,000 is required to complete that project. Is that right?
Yes, I think that's a good conservative number to carry.
In which case there probably isn't much point in deferring this project at all if it's nearly completed.
Oh, sorry. No, I mean, just for the design, I only need another 10.
I see.
The construction part would be deferred until next year.
My mistake, I misunderstood. Sorry. All right. And you said 50,000 basically for the design of the sidewalks?
Correct.
And for the stormwater, sorry, I keep missing that one.
5,000.
Okay. And then I think I would appreciate hearing from Director Wills which of these are really essential for our infrastructure. If you can refresh my memory, bridge and culvert improvements sound pretty essential. The sidewalks has always been a kind of optional extra, and I believe these are the ones for Abbott Boulevard. Is that right?
That's correct.
Right. So I would prefer that we deferred the sidewalk project in its entirety and then discuss that for the 2021 budget. But I think it makes sense that work could begin with 10,000 on bridge and culvert improvements. And then could you just give us a sense of how essential the Terry Fox stormwater management pond is? Is that something that absolutely would need to proceed in the next few years?
Yep.
So then we could say to include 5,000 for that work to begin, but the bulk of the cost would be something we would be pushing to next year.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Davey, while Councillor Chorley is running that out.
Sorry, Your Worship. I was just Councillor Darling had his hand up there.
Oh, I apologize. Councillor Darling, I apologize.
Thank you, Worship. And just for Councillor Chorley, I mean, these items were all approved in that. Can we leave it with council or with staff at an operational level to continue with the design? I mean, we've deemed all of these projects essential for this year. Now, a delay in them is actually not, it's actually very possibly because of the fact of getting them tendered and getting construction companies being able to work with social distancing. But to stop the project entirely when we can work on design, the engineers can work on a design end of things from at home or in-house, and they can virtually talk with designers and architects or engineers from other firms virtually without having to do it. And then I'm anticipating when the pandemic's over, that to get the economy back up, the government's going to want to put some funding out there for infrastructure work over and above what's already been granted. So if we've got the designs done of these projects and they're ready to go, and they're called what's shovel ready, then we may be able to get some of that funding if it does come available. So I'd hate to see us put a limit, just say 5,000 here and 10,000 there for each of these projects. staff realize that they're going to be deferred, and if the motion states the design but not to tender for construction, I think that that would make a lot of sense in having these projects become shovel ready.
Councillor Turley?
I think those are very valid comments, but my approach is slightly different. My motivation is slightly different. When these projects were approved by council earlier this year, the outlook for our year was completely different than it is right now. And Mr. Davies outlined over $1.5 million loss in revenue. And as he said, that's just an estimate. It could easily get much worse. So if I was sitting down and setting the budget and the capital budget, and we were looking at this afresh, knowing what we know now compared to February, I think our priorities really have changed, and they should change. I'm trying to identify the projects that are absolutely necessary in terms of maintaining our infrastructure, and really set aside some of the projects that are non-essential for the time being until we have a better sense of the true economic impact on the municipality. And I think we will have a better sense of that by the time we look at the 2021 budget. And it's great to anticipate money coming from the provincial or federal government for infrastructure projects, but at some point they will also reel in their expenditure because the debt they're accumulating is massive. So I think we need to make adjustments. We need to say, if it's not essential, let's keep it flexible. Let's put a freeze on that project for the time being. I definitely think sidewalks on Abbott Boulevard are non-essential. We could wait a year or two. A stormwater management pond is something maybe we can't wait for, and likewise for bridge and culvert improvements. So if those projects could get underway, I would be comfortable with that. But I would like sidewalks to remain within the motion. Maybe we could have a separate motion for the Terry Fox Stormwater Management Pond and the bridge and culvert improvements.
Councillor Darling, your hand was up.
I have no problem with any of these being deferred. I'm just asking that some funds be left in for the design work on them. Again, with the sidewalks, if we have to look at it down the road here for the 2021 budget and say we're going to defer it for a year or maybe cancel it for next year. But if the project is ready to go and the government does step forward, when you look at the sidewalks, it was 200,000 from the federal gas tax. You know, that money's already sitting there and is allotted for the sidewalks. We may be able to use that, cancel it for this year or defer it and use that 200,000 for another project, so we don't have to take money in 2021. So if we got to transfer the 200,000 from sidewalks to the 200 to Terry Fox swim pond, then we may not be able to do the sidewalk that year. But that money is coming from gas tax, and the gas tax money can only be used for certain projects. When I look at what you've asked on the 13 items you've asked to be deferred, my calculation shows there's only $34,500 that's coming from the actual tax levy. So that in itself on the tax levy is not a huge savings. So I just want to see that the design work of these does continue, because they are infrastructure projects. And if you fall behind on your infrastructure, as many communities will tell you, it's a real difficult thing to catch up, and it takes years and years. I'm on year 6 in council. We've been talking about sidewalks for 6 years now, and here we're starting. I'm going to be really shocked if in 2 terms in council, if I actually see a sidewalk go in. So to keep deferring and deferring and deferring, you don't get any projects finished, and especially those that are deemed essential. So I'm looking for a motion that says staff can continue with the design. These were all approved by council. There's no actual real savings here at this time. And when we look at the budget at the end of the year, then we can decide whether they get deferred or pushed on or canceled at all. But I would like to see that design thing in, or I won't be voting for this deferral. Thank you.
Councillor Charlie?
I think to help us move forward, let's remove those 3 projects from the motion, and maybe we can debate those separately. So out of the 13 items, we'll remove sidewalks, Terry Fox Stormwater Management Pond Rehab, and bridge and culvert improvements. We can discuss those separately. And let's just leave the other suggested deferred projects in the motion so that we can vote on them.
Do I need a motion to divide those three out? No? Oh, I see you saying no. That's good. Thank you. So yes, I think that would be acceptable. I don't hear any objections to that, Councillor Chorley. So if you could read your first motion again.
Is Councillor Charling amending her motion?
I would like her first motion to be read so we clearly understand what it is, Councillor Darling.
So her motion hasn't been seconded yet. She just put on the floor. So what she's asking for now, if I can, through you to the mayor, is that 10 items now be on the floor for deferral to 2021, and that 3 will be dealt separately, and someone will put that motion for. So now, seconder.
Deputy Mayor Seguin, and if I could have you read that just for clarity for all of council, would be appreciated.
Okay, I'll need to go through the list of them one more time then. I didn't write them down. Just 1 second. So the motion would be to defer the following capital projects to the 2021 budget. Wayfinding signage on page 1. The storage building on page 2. Reversible vibrating compactor. And on page 3, park service vehicle, F-350 crew cab, play space equipment, Kiwi Park development, water bottle filling stations, public washroom designs, and the CCC street sign replacement.
And Councillor Chorley, I believe that's 10 items listed.
That's right.
Okay, thank you. Everybody clear on council? The motion before us. Is there any further clarification? Seeing none, I'm going to call the vote. All those in favor? Against? Carried. And now, Councillor Chorley, back to you for the second portion or the other motion, please.
Thank you, Mayor Henderson. I think it's important that council has a discussion on the sidewalks capital project. And I would, for the sake of discussion, I'd put a motion on the floor that the project is deferred to the 2021 budget.
And that is sidewalk on its own?
Yes, it's listed on page 2, sidewalks, and I believe that is for sidewalks on Abbott Boulevard.
Okay, thank you. Seconder. Deputy Mayor Seguin. Discussion. Deputy Mayor.
Just clarification, Councillor Charlie, there was a potential deferral of 150 and the 200 was under the total cost. So you want to defer the full 200 or the 150?
Thank you for catching that. I think we better go with the 150. And so, Director Wills, I believe you said the 50,000 and that was for design for the sidewalks, right? Okay.
Correct.
Okay, and for clarity purpose, Councilor Darling, that perhaps would address your question. I think you're asking to ensure that the sign remains. If I read the information correctly, I'm hoping that 50,000 that's not being removed would in fact be for design, just so you're clear on that. And I hope, Director Wills, I'm reading that correctly.
That's correct.
Okay, Councilor Burkett, and then Councilor Darling.
So I just want to be clear on the motion. The motion is to defer the building of the sidewalk till 2021, but we're still doing the engineering and the drawings.
Director Wills.
That's correct. That's my understanding as well.
Councillor Darling?
If I may, I think when in Councillor Chorley's, she deferred it to the 2021 budget. Now, every other item that we deferred is just deferred to 21 as if transferred. My inclining is that transferring it to the 2021 budget, meaning it could be canceled completely, which doesn't make sense to spend the $50,000 on design and then cancel the project completely. So I would like to see that the project, that the same wording is used, that it's deferred to 2021, not to the 2021 budget.
So Councillor Chorley, how would you like to present your motion? To the budget or per an amendment to Councillor Darling's recommendation?
Perhaps the clerk could clarify, but I thought when putting a motion forward that we're deferring it to 2021, it would need to be approved in the 2021 budget really to proceed. We can't, I didn't think we were pre-approving something in the 2021 budget.
Mr. Larman?
And look, the point of the exercise is to maintain some flexibility.
Through you, Your Worship, I might need the help from the treasurer regarding budgeting, but the motion, I'd have to follow up with the treasurer to get his interpretation on this, because it could be a bigger thought of mine regarding this. Because what I'm understanding is that the first motion that was passed was to defer to the 2021 budgets, and I think now we're arguing semantics of the wording of the motions. We had to be very specific. So I think we'll have to get an explanation from the treasurer on his intent with the wording that's on the actual Schedule G before we go any further for that.
Thank you, Mr. Larmer. Mr. Davey?
Thank you, Your Worship. My interpretation would be that the project was approved in the 2020 budget. It would not come back to the 2021 budget, but we're saying defer the expenditure until at least 2021, just to be on the safe side in case, you know, something comes along and at some point in time council does decide to cancel the project or use those funds somewhere else. But there wouldn't be a need to bring it back to 2021 budget. It's already an approved budget item, and we're just saying let's not commit totally to using that federal gas tax money between now and the end of the year, let's say. Clearly, when we get to 2021 budget deliberations, which presumably will happen, excuse me, in the fall again this year, that could be a direction in those budget deliberations to say we have 150,000 deferred for sidewalks on such and such a street. Let's change gears at that point. So it's not to say that it couldn't happen, but it wouldn't like, and it would still have to come back to council for approval of the tender at any point in time. So it's not like council's going to all of a sudden be driving down Abbott Boulevard in January and see sidewalks there or something.
Thank you, Mr. Davey, for that.
I just would like to clarify, for the 10 projects that we have just deferred to 2021, will they appear in the capital budget for 2021? And will council be able to discuss them at that time?
Mr. Davey?
Yes, Your Worship. No, they wouldn't come back in another budget because they're already in an existing budget. But the decision to move forward with the project would still be a council decision to either accept a tender, reject a tender, cancel the project altogether. But a project that's already in one capital budget would not come forward into another capital budget unless there was need for more funding.
Councillor Chorley?
In terms of the process of this discussion, I'd like to understand what we need to do to maybe cancel some of these projects. Is that a possibility? For example, developing Cooey Park just doesn't seem to be a priority anymore given the impact of COVID-19. Now, we've just deferred that to 2021. It was my understanding that those projects would be open to debate in the 2021 budget. So I'm just wondering whether I need to do a reconsideration of the motion. If someone could provide some clarity, please.
Either Mr. Davy and or Mr. Larman.
Your worship, all I can do is repeat what I've been saying since we started this meeting at 1 o'clock. We're not changing budget items that's already approved and been duly approved through public process. What we're doing is, in this particular section, is at this point in time, let's not commit 100% to moving forward with these particular projects in 2020. But if and when they do come back to council, council always has the option at a later date of saying, you know what, we don't want to proceed with this project at this time, let's cancel it then. But that would be a decision somewhat down the road. What we're saying here today is we're basically giving staff the authorization or the authority to stop working on these projects that otherwise were approved by council and should be moving forward.
Okay. Does that help, Councillor Charlie?
I'm open to what other members of council think in terms of how we proceed at this stage.
Well, again, a recommendation for your consideration, if we just do what we've commented on deferral, because that makes staff aware that that's council's intention, is that unless it's comes up or there's some major thing they have to bring back, the message we're delivering, it is being deferred during this time, unless they get other information that comes to hand that they wish to bring back to council for our attention. And that way it gives us the flexibility, and it doesn't harm us, because obviously with that council's intention, staff's not going to make this a high priority if we're saying this is a deferral at this moment. Does that help?
Somewhat.
Okay.
If I may, is there a motion on the floor
Well, this is why we're having some difficulty in the wording, the appropriate wording of the motion, Councilor Darlene. I appreciate what Councilor Charlie is trying to do. She's trying to get the motion correct and the wording to be appropriate. So I appreciate what she's attempting to do. But again, I think I need to remind council that we have all approved these. What we're saying to staff at this point, whoa, that's really what we're saying. Whoa, we really don't want you to make this a focus, a direction, unless there's real reason you have to bring this back to ensure it should be a high priority. And I do believe that staff would be very respectful of our recommendations.
Well, may I suggest that we put some sort of motion on the floor for these three remaining items, that staff proceed with the design aspect of them, but not tender them out for construction, and defer the construction till 2021, at which point, like we say, we can discuss it again, and maybe at that time we might cancel the sidewalk. But as it's a deferral, we got the rest of the year right up till budget time to take a look at how things sort out.
Absolutely. Would you consider that? Because it seems when I'm listening, Councillor Charlie, everybody seems to have an interest on keeping the design portion open. I concur with a lot of comments that have been made. We don't know what the future holds for us. If it allows funding, not say it will have funding, but if it does, it's always put the town of Cobourg in very good stead moving forward. But if we cancel that portion, I can tell you we are playing catch up. So I think it would achieve both purposes for your consideration, and to Councillor Darlene's point, just to put the three, because it's very much the same, just to keep the design feature alive. And then we can find out with more information coming from directors, where's this come fall? Where's this come as we do in preparation for budget 2021?
Your worship, just to backtrack, there is a motion on the floor. It's been moved and duly seconded, and it's regarding the deferral of that project to the 2020 budget.
Okay. Well, I understand that, Mr. Larman. I'm just asking this in reflection. Does Councillor Turley wish to change that or have it stand independently on its own merit?
Yeah, if you give me one moment, I'm going to adjust it and I'm going to write it out and I'll be back in 30 seconds.
No problem.
Your Worship, but just to spread a little bit more explanation with this is that, and I think the Treasurer's mentioned it, that the Council is lucky enough to have a purchasing policy in place and a process for procurement. And these specific items, they're above a threshold of where it has to come back to Council anyways for a final vote. So that you know, even though that they have been approved, they still will have to come to Council for this approval.
Absolutely, Mr. Larman, and good point. Deputy Mayor?
Just a question to follow up with Councillor Darling said about the design aspects of the Abbott Street Boulevard. If, for example, the 50,000 is spent on design in the 2020 year, how long a shelf life would that have if for some reason we didn't go through with this in 2021?
Okay, Director Wills?
It's quite a few years, especially for something so minor as this. If it was delayed several years, we would always have to check to make sure that nothing had changed within the right of way, no new plantings or construction that had happened within the road allowance that we have to talk to property owners about. But it would last several years. No worries there.
Thanks.
Okay. So the new motion would be that Council instructs staff to carry out.
Point of order, just for my information, Councillor Turley, if you're putting in another one, we get direction from Mr. Larmer, I think you'd have to withdraw your first one, and then you can put this one on the floor. Would you consider that?
Yes, thanks for raising that. I will withdraw the first one and put a new motion on the floor. That Council instructs staff to carry out only the design phase of the following projects in 2020, with the remaining budgeted amount deferred to 2021. Sidewalks on Abbott Boulevard, Terry Fox Stormwater Management Pond Rehab, and bridge and culvert improvements.
Okay, we've had lots of discussion. Is there any point of clarification, Deputy Mayor?
Yes,
I'm just seconding the motion.
Oh, thank you. I'm getting it. Any other point? I see your hand up, Councillor Darling.
Yes, if I could just ask Councillor Chorley to read that again, please. I was just looking at the papers thinking of something else here as she read it, and I just want to make sure I have it clear.
By all means, Councillor Charlie.
Thank you.
Certainly. That Council instructs staff to carry out only the design phase of the following projects in 2020, with the remaining budgeted amount deferred to 2021. Sidewalks on Abbott Boulevard, Terry Fox Stormwater Management Pond Rehab, and bridge and culvert improvements.
Okay, any further discussion? Councillor Darling?
Yes, if I could direct a question to Director Wills. Is the wording in that motion sufficient to allow the project to proceed to that point?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Seeing none, I'll call the vote on Councillor Charlie's motion. Thank you for taking time to do that. All in favor? Against? Carried. Are there any other further comments on Schedule G? If not, then I would proceed to offer us to go into closed session.
Councillor Charlie.
Sorry, I see hands up still. So Councillor Charlie, back to you. Thank you, Mr. Larman.
Unless there's anyone else who has any other questions, I do have another motion. I do think it's important that Council consider the campground project. And so the motion I'd like to put on the floor is that the $127,000 allocated to the waterfront plan campground project in the 2020 capital budget be deferred to the 2021 budget. And the wording's very deliberate. It's to the 2021 budget. In other words, it would be up for discussion in the 2021 budget and would not necessarily proceed in 2021. I think we would need to have a conversation later in the year. The reason I brought this forward is that this project is a significant undertaking. It is going to be debentured, but I think we need to, again, reprioritize. And I'm not sure whether campground improvements are really the most important project that we can undertake in terms of maintaining our infrastructure, maintaining core services. It's one of those nice to have projects in a good year. And we know this isn't a good year, and we're not so sure about next year. I think this is something we should consider setting aside for the time being.
Can I have a seconder? I see Deputy Mayor Seguin. And Director Huswick, if I may ask a question, when it says waterfront plan campground, the way I'm reading that per what happened in council is all the enhancements to the campground as noted in previous presentations. And am I reading that correctly or not?
Your Worship, that project would include all of the repair components, the design and engineering for replacement and upgrading all of the infrastructure, as well as the design of the actual improvements of the site, and how those site improvements relate to, for example, the new design and construction of the East Pier and the other waterfront areas for cycling, pedestrian, etc. But as council knows, the infrastructure is certainly nearing its end of life. The electrical system on hot weekends is reaching capacity. And so this is to cover all of those issues.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. Other comments? Councillor Darling.
Yes, if I may, to the interim CAO, this is allotted for a debenture, and it is my understanding that that debenture would be paid out of the profits from the park. So we would basically just be borrowing the money for the campground, basically for the campground, and the campground would be repaying that out of the funds that come from the campground.
Mr. Davey?
As a debentured project, yes, there's no direct tax implications on this current 2020 budget. The decision as to how that, it would make sense what you're saying, that in the future there would be a budget line in the campground budget to account for the debt servicing on that, or in terms of how we budget for long-term debt, we would show the revenue to support that debt is coming from the campground profits. That's it.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Davey.
Councillor Chorley?
I've just pulled up the page in our budget. So I just want to remind council that this project is we've budgeted $127,000 for 2020, but next year the projection is $750,000 to be spent on this project in 2021, and in 2022 another $500,000. So the total cost of this project is $1.37 million. Now, if the campground makes a profit of anywhere from $100,000 to $150,000 a year, you're looking at about 15 years. That's just a ballpark, just to pay off that project. I think it's certainly a project that I supported originally early in the year, but the situation has changed. This is not a project that I can support anymore, and I think we need to pivot quickly and eliminate unnecessary projects, maintain that fiscal responsibility as we go into a very uncertain time.
Again, I appreciate your comments, Councillor Charlie. Mine would be somewhat opposite, based on a number of factors. Number one, in the original study, over 80% of our citizens said clearly to maintain this site and to enhance it. Secondly, I know we've been through a number of issues, electrical issues and foundation issues, that if we're going to continue to operate the trailer park when we can, maybe phase 2, phase 3. I know that the Premier is just starting to open up trailer parks in other sites. I don't know how we can do that without ensuring we have the infrastructure in the ground and the design to move forward. And lastly, I can tell you I've lived here now for 35 years. And 35 years, this trailer park has been part of our community, and it has really not received any significant enhancements in 35 years. So my point is quite clear. If anything, it's long overdue. I do see this as a significant project. I do see this as service delivery to our customers. And to me, it's part of the framework of our community. At least that's what the community told us in their survey. So as much as I respect you don't see it as essential, I have a complete opposite opinion. So based on that, are there any other comments from members of council? Councillor Darling?
Yes, as the mayor's already here, with the campground being 35 years and not having any work, I mean, that's the exact reason why we got to stay on top of our infrastructure and do a little bit each year. Otherwise, we don't end up. This campground should have had money spent on it probably every 10 years over those 35 years. And by not dealing with your infrastructure, you let it degrade to a point where now, at a time when the costs are probably a lot more than they would have been to have it done before. So we have to stay on top of our infrastructure. Not only is the campground an important part of our community, it's a part of our economy too. The campers there all go uptown to eat. They all buy groceries in town. Some of them camp there all summer, and they don't drive back home to buy their groceries and to visit the liquor store and to visit restaurants. They all buy it in town, the same as the people that come into the marina. So I am full support of this. If we have to get the design work done and phase it in over 5 years instead of 2 years, then that may be what we have to do. But to not do the design work and continue with it, you might as well just close the campground up, because it can't continue to survive in the shape it's in. So I will be voting against this motion.
Oh, any other comment, clarification? See none. Everybody need the motion read again. It was quite clear to me and hopefully to you. Call the vote. All those in favor of Councillor Chorley's motion? Against? Motion's defeated. Councillor Chorley, do you have other points?
I do.
Okay.
Just 1 second, please. I wanted to draw council's attention to the line on Donegan C Diamond resurfacing. It's a $35,000 project. And Mr. Davey has made a note here that says possible reduction to $25,000. I was wondering if Director Hustwick could just explain that line, or Mr. Davey, on how the project could be achieved for $25,000 instead of $35,000.
Director Hustwick.
Your Worship, to Councillor Chorley, originally we were, again, as we have been throughout, trying to save money. So initially we had proposed that perhaps our staff could take on the labor for that project and save about $10,000. The staffing situation certainly isn't getting better, and on reflection, that's probably going to be very difficult for us to do this year. But that was the intent behind that, is potentially we could do it internally rather than contracting all of it out. I think my staff feel that some work needs to be done. Again, going back, I guess, to Councillor Darling's point, the longer you defer capital improvements, the more expensive it's going to become down the road. So I think this is a project we potentially could defer, but you know, we're trying to maintain all of our facilities as much as possible this year without allowing them to deteriorate too much, so that even more expense is going to be required in next year.
And if I could add on, Councillor Chorley, I know town staff has done a great job in providing tender loving care over the 9 years. But in my opinion, this diamond should have been done 9 years ago and really brought up to a provincial, the way it's meant to be, was never done. So we've gone to tender loving care for 9 years. So I guess my question is, how many years would you like baseball teams to wait to get a proper infield from the town of Cobourg? And my answer is and here's my message, we keep delaying. 35 this year. What's it going to be next year or the year after? Because when I started this, it was 20,000, about 18,000 9 years ago. It's now up to 35,000. So I guess at what point do we say to our groups, we're willing to at least have a really good infill for one baseball diamond? And again, please remember, Donegan, I think, has 3, I think, if I remember correctly. This is just to do the one. So I really believe, I'm not a baseball fan, I'm not a nut, I don't play baseball, but I really feel after having 3 diamonds, one should reach a level after 9 years. And I really fought with the teams, I met with the managers to ensure that this could be done, and then it would last for significant years with, as Councillor Darling said, just with some tender loving care and maintenance. So I can only assure you that's why the 35,000 was put in, because it has been at least, well, I'll say it could be more, but certainly during all my years on council. Councillor Chorley?
I understand the frustration of members of council who have seen some elements in our community not be maintained as they should, and maybe had to wait several years before they finally come up for their turn. And this is one of them. Unfortunately, I don't think this is the year to play catch up. And although baseball diamonds are being allowed to open by the Ontario government, and we're yet to say whether that's going to happen in this municipality and how it's going to happen, is very, very unlikely that we will see teams using that baseball diamond this summer. Okay. So it might be a good time to defer this project. So I will put a motion on the floor that the $35,000 allocated to resurfacing the Donegan C baseball diamond in the 2020 capital budget be deferred to the 2021 budget. And I would just note that this project is entirely coming from the tax base.
Okay, a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Barreau. Any further discussion? See none, all those in favor of the motion? Okay, against? The motion's defeated. Councillor Chorley, you have another at this point?
I do, actually.
Okay, fair enough.
I would like council to discuss the tennis court resurfacing project. And this is for $53,000. It is being funded from the gas tax. And again, I would like to put a motion on the floor that the $53,000 allocated to tennis court resurfacing in the 2020 capital budget be deferred to the 2021 capital budget. And again, this is a project I supported earlier this year. The situation has changed. It's not a priority anymore. Hopefully it's something that we could continue this project next year and get the courts resurfaced. I have communicated with the Coverdale Tennis Club and with the pickleball users who are interested in seeing this court be resurfaced and lines repainted to accommodate pickleball as well. We had delegations to council about this. I did let them know that council would be discussing this issue. I think the community is very understanding that if we need to defer projects due to the COVID-19 pandemic, then that's what we need to do. People have said they are understanding of that. So that's the motion I'm going to put on the floor, and it's up for discussion.
Okay, seconder. Oh, I did Councillor, sorry, help me out, Mr. Alarm, did I do Councillor Barreau on that or no?
Nope, you need
that. I saw Deputy Mayor again, thank you. Any comment otherwise? Seeing, oh, Deputy Mayor?
Just wanted to check with Mr. Davey, as this is coming out of the gas tax, the federal gas tax. And I remember this coming up as to whether or not this would actually be approved under the federal gas tax when this came up to the budget. And obviously it is, because that's where it's going to be funded. Just checking to see, Councillor Charlie, why your question of deferring this wouldn't make any difference in the tax base going forward. So I'm just curious as to why you're moving this.
Councillor Charlie?
That's a very good question. And I think the reason is because I don't see the need just to cut or delay projects that just come out of the tax base. If this is a project where we can take that gas tax allocation and maybe use it towards another project next year that's more urgent, which then would not need to come out of the tax base. It's all money that needs to come from somewhere. So even if we can conserve some of our gas tax funding for high priority projects next year, we don't know what kind of a budget year we're really going to have. It could be very, very tight next year. So this is an attempt to be conservative, to be flexible, recognizing that the tennis court resurfacing, it hasn't really started. No work has started on this project. It's unclear whether groups will really be able to utilize the tennis courts anyways this summer. So there's not a lot of harm in deferring this. Users can still use the tennis courts. They're in a usable condition. It would be nice to have them resurfaced. But again, I'm just trying to build some flexibility into our budget for next year.
Any other comment? Councillor Darling?
Yes, I kind of agree with the Deputy Mayor in this, that it's coming from the gas tax. And I mean, all of society has been suffering in this pandemic. And when the doors do open and you're allowed to go back to normal, there's nothing more that I'd like to see than the recreational end of things pick up full steam. And right now, if the tennis courts aren't being used to their full use, and we can contract them to have them repaired, and maybe they get used late this year, but maybe they're brand new and all ready to go for next year, and we don't have to look at it again. We don't have to look at trying to get contractors in early next year for an early season open. And because it is coming from the gas tax, the money's already allotted. Again, I'm not in favor of this motion.
Okay, any other comment? Seeing none, I'm going to call the vote. All those in favor of Councillor Charlie's motion? Against? Defeated. Councillor Charlie, do you have others?
Would you believe that I have one more?
Okay, that's fair. No problem.
Harbor Improvements Phase 1. And this is for what's not a very clearly defined project. It seems to encompass quite a few elements. I believe it involves waterfront pathways, engineering for marina support services, including boat lifting equipment. Again, we as a council haven't had a clear conversation about boat lifting, but this is in the 2020 capital budget. And the motion that I'd like to put on the floor is that the $88,000 allocated to Harbor Improvements Phase 1 in the 2020 capital budget be deferred to the 2021 budget. And this is being debentured.
I apologize. I've been following your wording, Councillor Charlie. I'm looking on my sheet. Am I on page 3?
This is on page 3 under waterfront operations.
Okay, and it's Harbor Improvements Phase 1.
That's right.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure I'm reading the right information. Seconder? Deputy Mayor? Further discussion from members of council? I'll go to Councillor Darling, then I'd probably ask for a comment from Director Hustwick. Go ahead, Councillor Darling.
That's what I was going to do, ask Director Hustwick if he could further explain exactly what these harbor improvements phase 1 are. Just
Okay,
for
well, I was doing that anyway. I just thought you might have had a question. Thank you.
no,
Director Hustwick.
Your Worship and members of council, I think this was the basis of a very thorough debate during the last budget deliberations. This is to do the, well, it's twofold. It's parking lot improvements for about $20,000, and the remainder was to do the design and engineering, exactly the same as we're doing for the other infrastructure around the waterfront, the East Pier campground, etc., in order to develop the tender documents and cost estimates for the recommendations in the waterfront plan. So this certainly relates very much to the proposal that has come before council regarding the Natural Heritage Waterfront Park, the concerns about being able to determine what the future of that, of the Western Harbor and the West Beach are going to look like. This is taking the designs and the recommendations of the waterfront plan that is specifically preserving much of that area as a natural waterfront space, and taking it to the next step of preparing it for construction and designing the paths, and providing council with more definitive cost estimates on all the different components, including reconfiguration of the parking lot, reconfiguration of boat storage, the potential boat lifting, potential addition of an accessible dock system, lighting along the boardwalk, all of those components. So it's taking all the recommendations, dealing with all of them together, and this is really the final component of the engineering that has been approved with the other projects.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. Are there any further discussions? Councillor Burkett, then back to Councillor Darling.
Just a clarification there, Director Hustwick, are you talking about the improvements of where all the potholes are at the marina there?
Director Hustwick?
Yes, I believe there's 20,000 included to address some repaving for the short term, recognizing that the entire reconfiguration of the parking lot and compound may not happen for some time.
Councillor Darling?
yes, that was my question too. It's in regard to the potholes. I've had several complaints. I'm not sure if other councillors have, but I've had numerous complaints through Public Works and Parks regarding the potholes, the actual mess of that parking lot. So I do want to see something done there.
If I could just add, so last week we did address the most significant potholes once again, but I mean, those are temporary fills. You need proper pavement laid down to address them longer term. So we did that again, you know, last year. We did it again this year, but those are very quick fixes. So the 20,000 is a medium-term fix, while the longer-term redevelopment of that area would be done.
Okay, any other questions, clarification? Councillor Darling?
Yeah, just to elaborate on what Director Hustwick has said there, it's obviously that the slope of that parking lot is not appropriate, and the water does not run off it properly. So kind of water laying there, puddling, and then the vehicles going over just causes continued erosion of it, of the potholes. And each time they go back to fill them, they're larger than they were before, as they're getting dug out by the vehicle and the constant water and traffic over them, and not being a proper parking lot. So I'm glad to see that's going ahead. Thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Chorley?
A question through to Director Hustwig. As you've mentioned that some of the potholes have been addressed, I'm just wondering how much of this line item has already been spent to address those potholes. I see in the budget, the description says that $20,000 will be spent addressing potholes, and the remainder of the budget will be for engineering. And also my second question is, does this project include engineering for boat lifting equipment?
Director Hustwig.
Your Worship, to Councillor Chorley, the work we did last week was very minimal. It was a couple staff going out with cold mix and shovels and filling in potholes. I mean, that's not going to last long. So we certainly didn't spend a lot of money doing that. That was to address immediate issues and concerns. And the engineering would be looking at all of the recommendations of the waterfront, including all boat lifting, that also includes accessible boat lifting. So it would address all of those, including looking at options, costs, and that is providing information to come back to council for future decision making and future implementation.
Okay, Councillor Chorley.
Just one more follow-up question. Will this project include engineering for a travel lift?
Director Hustwig.
It would certainly be looking at basic engineering in terms of locations, costs. I'm not sure it would actually involve the detailed engineering of construction for a travel lift. I mean, we've only have about $68,000 in there, but it would certainly be looking at preliminary design and costs and locations. So part of it would absolutely, because council would need some of that information in order to make future decisions.
Okay. Councillor Chorley.
I think Councillor Darling's raised an important point about the potholes. They are very severe, and part of this budget is allocated to potholes, $20,000. So I would like to change my motion that $68,000 allocated to Harbour Improvements Phase 1 for design in the 2020 capital budget be deferred to the 2021 budget, and that the $20,000 allocated to pothole repair remains.
Okay, so on that basis, I'm making the assumption you're drawing your first motion and allowing this one to stand. Is that correct?
Yes, please.
Okay, seconder for the new motion, Deputy Mayor. Is everybody clear on the new motion before us? We've had lots of discussion to this point. Is there any further clarification? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All those in favor of Councillor Chorley's motion? Against? Motion is defeated. Councillor Chorley, are there any others at this point? Okay.
I have a question while Councillor Charlie's looking through her papers.
Okay. Deputy Mayor.
It's directed to Director Hustwig. The first item under waterfront operations for the East Pier, the 275 debenture. Do we know when the RFP submissions will be coming to council for this item?
Director Hustwig.
Your Worship, to the Deputy Mayor, not at this time. We have been working internally with both Public Works and the Planning and Development Department, assessing the submissions that have come in, and there have been some issues raised regarding heritage impact and how that might relate to the environmental assessment process. And so some additional work may be required to identify heritage components before we're able to complete the evaluation. So we're actively engaged in those discussions, and I'm not sure at this point exactly when that evaluation recommendation would be coming to council.
Okay. At this point, Councillor Charlie, I did ask, did you have any others at this point to present to council?
No, that's everything on my list.
Okay, thank you. If I'm not mistaken, are there any other comments on Schedule G? If not, I believe that would take us back to reread from the Deputy Mayor. I'll ask her to reread the original action recommended when we started at 1 o'clock. Just so we're aware, and that should deal before we proceed, if need be, to closed session. So, Deputy Mayor, can I have you read that once again? I know it was seconded already, but I just like it reread. We've been at this for a number of hours.
Can you put it up? Can you put it on the screen?
That's coming. It's right here. Oh, right here.
Oh, I have it. Okay.
Okay.
My apologies.
No problem.
Okay. The original memo was from the Interim Chief Administrative Officer Treasurer regarding the Town of Cobourg financial update in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. The action recommended that Council receive the report from the Interim Chief Administrative Officer Treasurer on the COVID-19 financial impact for the Town of Cobourg for information purposes. I guess in order to address the changes, I should add that as amended. Would that cover everything?
Yeah.
Mr. Larmer, I'm not seeing you, but does that cover everything with the wording?
Yeah, that's fine. There's a number of motions that were made and amended and carried and defeated, so they have to be referenced in minutes. So the amendment should work.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. It's already been initially seconded, so I don't believe I have to do that again. Is there any further discussion on this motion? Recommendation? See none, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Against? Carried. Is there any member of council who wishes to discuss any item under Schedule D in closed session? At this point, Councillor Charlie. I can't, oh, Councillor Charlie?
Yes, I would like to discuss Schedule D. Do I need to put a motion for that?
No problem. Then what I'm suggesting is Mr. Larmer, I believe we have to go out of this screen into a new screen. Is that correct?
So, Your Worship, we just need a motion to move into closed session. I'm not sure why it's
Yes, but I'm just asking, do you pull that up, or do we have to go out of our screen and pull up the new screen?
No, so the Deputy Mayor will move that motion and we'll carry it. And then stay on. I will disconnect the live stream and the video and just don't speak until I let you know once we've moved into that closing camera session.
Okay, thank you. So Deputy Mayor, back to you.
Could I have from the clerk the motion that we're now going into in camera for? I know it's personnel, but 231, I don't have it in front of me.
Just give me, sorry, just give me 1 second. I'm not sure why it didn't show up on that because it was published. Just give me 1 second.
Oh, I've got it now.
Okay.
Oh, you've got it up there too? Okay.
No, just give me 1 second. Sorry. Do you have it now,
I
Deputy Mayor?
do. I've got your email.
Okay.
that council proceed to closed session and to go into closed session pursuant to section 239 2B to discuss personnel matters about an identifiable individual employed within the corporation of the town of Cobourg.
Seconder? Councillor Burkett, all in favor? Carried.
So just bear with me for 1 second.
Thank you, Mr. Larman.